Good morning. My name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the Environmental Improvement Board to conduct a hearing in EIB 25-77. This is the proposed repeal and replacement of two sections in the air quality regulations relating to bees. We completed the first day of hearing yesterday. We'll proceed through today and as much of tomorrow as we need. This is the second scheduled public comment session. Just a few things about the rules we proceed under. One is that I need to ask you to spell your names. Two is the rules require that I ask you to swear or affirm to tell the truth. Three is that although written public comment is unlimited, we try to keep the oral comments to about 3 minutes. I will ask you to wrap up if you get to that point. Four is that we have both a court reporter, David Lee here of Cumbre Reporters, and a team of interpreters providing interpretation between English and Spanish and English. I'll ask Ms. Cardina to address that. So we really do ask that you speak slowly and keep that in mind, particularly if you are reading from a statement. Many humans speed up when they read. Ms. Cardina, would you please?
Yes, good morning. There is Spanish interpretation available for this hearing in person. If you'd like to hear the interpretation, please come see me and I will provide you with equipment to be able to hear the Spanish interpretation. If you are here over WebEx, you can go to the bottom of the screen where there is a globe and press Spanish. You can hear the interpretation that way. Buenos días, la interpretación al español está disponible para la audiencia del día de hoy. Si está aquí en persona, por favor, vengan conmigo y les proporcionaré el equipo necesario para escuchar la interpretación al español. Y si están aquí en la plataforma WebEx, por favor, vayan a la parte inferior de la pantalla, opriman el globo terráqueo y escojan el idioma del español. Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Cardina. So if I will call on people both in the room and on the platform, I'm going to read from a list that Pamela Jones has been keeping of folks indicating their interest. Ken Hughes, is Ken Hughes with us? There you are. If you would please come up. Turn on the microphone so that it flashes green there and spell your first and last name.
Ken Hughes, H-U-G-H-E-S.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Ken Hughes, here today representing the Coalition of Sustainable Communities New Mexico, which is comprised of 7 local governments and about half the population of the state. Oil and gas operators are repeatedly cited for air violations in New Mexico. The industry responsible for pollution should pay to fund the oversight needed to keep our air clean and communities safe. A similar fee increase last year failed, leaving funding gaps unresolved. This rulemaking is an opportunity to create stable, sustainable funding for the program. Regulatory programs cannot operate effectively with structural budget shortfalls. So we need long-term solutions, not temporary fixes. Automatic adjustments for inflation should be built into the rule. And some a strong air quality bureau protects New Mexico's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Ava Curtis. All right, Ms. Curtis, can you hear me and can you unmute yourself?
In Albuquerque, New Mexico, and
Hello.
I'm here to...
Hold on 1 second. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Sure. Ava is AVA. Curtis is CURTIS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
I'll start your time.
Thank you so much. So my name is Ava Curtis. I live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and I'm here to support updating the air quality program feed. This is really important to make sure we have proper funding to monitor pollution and enforce protections. Clean air isn't abstract. It affects us daily. It's something everyone depends on, and we need a system that can effectively monitor that. And in order to do that, we need more funding, which is exactly what these changes would do. This will help us update. This will help us hold polluters accountable. Oil and gas has grown significantly since these fees were last updated, which has been more than 20 years ago. And operations have become more complex and automated, so the need for oversight has greatly increased. And as we all know, the inflation has gone up significantly in the last 20 years. So it's really important that these fees are keeping pace with inflation and that we're able to effectively continue to monitor air quality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Curtis. Is Dr. Costello with us? Oh, there you are. You would spell your first and last name.
Hi, Lori, Lauri, Costello, Costello.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell your truth?
I do.
Thank you. I'll start your time.
As a physician, I am well acquainted with the health effects of oil and gas industry pollution. I took an oath to first do no harm, and I kept that oath while I was practicing. Now that I am retired, I am passionate about shining a light on the health and planet harms that are being perpetrated for profit. I urge you to approve the air quality permit fee rules proposed by the New Mexico Department of Environment Department. What we call protections, industry calls regulation. The recently released 2025 New Mexico Spill Report confirms that the vast majority of spills are gas releases into the air, averaging 1 every 15 minutes. Companies that profit from our resources should cover the real cost of clean air. We, the people, should not continue to be poisoned merely because oversight is underfunded. Past attempts to control fracking, is this working? I feel like I keep getting a blank spot. Okay. Past attempts to control fracking-related air pollution have failed, and I submit that it is because of a lack of political will. The undermining of science and the intentional spread of disinformation have allowed death, disease, and climate disruption. I recently became aware of research over the past more than a decade indicating that small particulate matter, the PM 2.5, significantly increases the risk of movement disorders associated with Parkinson's disease. You may have noticed the skyrocketing incidence of Parkinson's and likely did not attribute it to air pollution. There are myriad other known health effects of fossil fuel air pollution, including increased susceptibility to COVID infection and increased severity of that infection. We have laws to protect our health and our planet, and we must insist that they are both maximally protective and also enforced. Please approve the proposed fee update so the Environment Department can protect public health and hold polluters accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Costello. John Madius or Meadows? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Maddaus or EUS? You need to unmute yourself. I think I see.
Okay, I
Oh,
think I'm
hello.
on that.
Yes, would you please first and last?
My first name is John, John. My last name is Mattis, Maddaus.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell
Excuse me?
the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Environmental Improvement Board Chair and members of the board. My name is John Mattis, and I am a resident of Albuquerque. I am here to testify in favor of updating the fees that fund New Mexico's air quality control program, which includes monitoring air quality in communities across our state, enforcing our clean air laws, and holding polluters accountable. These fees have not been updated in over 20 years. Consider what you paid for everything you bought 20 years ago, compared to what you pay for the same things when you buy them today. Then consider how the operations of the companies that the air quality program is intended to monitor have changed over these same 20 years. There's simply no way that the funds that were derived from fees imposed 20 years ago would be adequate to the tasks of air quality control today. Clean air is essential to the health of all of us, from the youngest to the oldest among us. It is essential to everyone in all of our communities, most notably people living in those communities where pollution levels are the highest. We depend on the air we breathe, regardless of what other interests we may have in the industries that are most likely to be the sources of pollution. It must be frustrating for air quality control staff to be trying to do the jobs for which they were hired, but without sufficient resources to do their jobs effectively. Please vote to update the fees for air quality control and protect the health of all of us. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Margaret NMAC or NIMAC? No? All right. Let me turn to those in the room. Are you here to comment? Terrific. Come on up. Mr. Joan, right?
Yes.
Hi. You would spell your first and last name.
Joan, Joan, Brown, Brown.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I affirm, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, EIB board and hearing officer. My name is Joan Brown. I'm a Catholic Franciscan sister, and I'm the founder of NMAC IPL. I'm no longer the director, but I now work in capacity as a community advocate. While I live in Albuquerque, I work closely with people in Southeast New Mexico and travel there frequently, and have grave concerns about the air quality due to the oil and gas industry. And I've been going down there for about 15 years, listening to people, their stories, being there with them. And this region has been in ozone non-attainment for a number of years. People suffer from a lot of chronic health concerns, bronchial concerns, asthma, and I've heard many, many stories about cancers, and a lot of this is related to air pollution. I lead immersion retreat experiences with people of faith several times a year to meet these community members, to learn about the oil and gas industry, how it works, to pray in the oil and gas field that we might have wisdom in how to move forward, and to be in solidarity for changes that need to occur in our state to protect health and care for our sacred lands and waters. The Air Quality Bureau that is given the responsibility to protect New Mexicans is underfunded, and we need long-term solutions. And this rulemaking is a very important opportunity to create stable and sustainable funding for the program. There has not been an increase in fees in 20 years. This makes no sense at all. I believe as a Franciscan sister that every being, element, person is kin, neighbor, and requires my concern and care. That is why I work so hard in this state for our sacred land, water, air, and our communities, and I know that you all do too. This is why I drove to Santa Fe from Albuquerque this day to be in person, because these hearings for fee increases and a stable budget for the Air Quality Bureau is an ethical and moral concern that is very personal and very important. It is not about dollars and cents only or profit, but it is about life itself. And there is no more important concern if we believe that we are to be here on the planet and working as human beings. I thank you for your discernment and your serious consideration weighing these concerns of life in your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a comment? Sister Per, maybe?
Yes.
If you would spell your first and last name.
Marlene, Marlene, Perrotte, Perrotte.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Environmental Improvement Board. I am Marlene Perrotte, a Catholic Sister of Mercy, a woman of faith, and an advocate for environmental justice. I'd like to begin with ethics and the moral imperative for the common good. The system's view of life involves radical ethics, thinking in terms of connectedness, relationships, patterns, and contexts that the ethics of deep ecology demands. I have participated in many immersion retreats in the Permian Basin, where I have experienced flarings, odors, oil leaks from pipelines, air pollution, especially seeing methane releases, and ozone levels in non-conformity. The majority of the oil and gas in New Mexico is publicly owned resource, extracted off federal, state, and tribal lands. The commonwealth is for the common good. However, in New Mexico, oil and gas extraction is for the private profit that is shipped to out-of-state CEOs. The industry pays the bare minimum for land leasing, royalty rates, and in too many cases, leave the public responsible for cleaning up their pollution. Oil and gas operators are repeatedly cited for air violations in New Mexico. The industry responsible for pollution should pay to fund the oversight needed to keep our air clean and communities safe. Funding has not kept up to ensure rules and regulations that protect our air and communities. Because of inadequate funding, inspections are limited, enforcement is delayed, air monitors are insufficient, and communities do not get timely responses to pollution complaints. We need long-term solutions. The rulemaking is an opportunity to create stable, sustainable funding for the program. Regulatory programs cannot operate effectively with structural budget shortfalls. I urge the Environmental Improvement Board to adopt the updated fee rule so that we have the resources and finances to protect our communities from the oil and gas industry. Do the ethical and moral right thing that is in your power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to offer public comment? I'll go back to the platform here. No? All right. On the platform, do we have Diane Reese?
Good
Hello.
morning.
Would you spell your first and last name, please?
DIANEREESE. Diane
Thank
Race.
you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Diane Race. I'm a retired Air Force colonel who has chosen to remain here in New Mexico because of the beauty of this land and the opportunity for outdoor adventure. We recently saw that in the paper, and the benefit, the billions that come into our state from keeping our state a place where people want to come and recreate. What an outstanding business to get our young folks into. Let's look at businesses such as leading kayak tours and fishing and hiking instead of some of the dirty industry. Let's give them opportunity. But this morning I'm here to encourage your support of strengthening the operating permit program. It especially needs an update on the fees. The program needs adequate and sustainable funding. We have an opportunity to restore funding and update to current needs after past decreases and 20 long years is what I'm hearing. Low fees provide no incentive for operators to comply with regulations. It's cheaper to pay the fine than to operate in a clean and sustainable manner, respectful of the earth that they are using. The health and planet harms are just incredible. My husband has Parkinson's with no apparent reason. We have nothing and don't have that in his family. The doctor earlier mentioned the increases, this outstanding and shocking increases in Parkinson's, our asthma rates in this state. My daughter has went to New Mexico Tech. I'm very proud of her. She is working in the environmental field as an environmental engineer. And her first job was out in the oil fields trying to get compliance with the current regulations, the methane leaks, the dirty operation that went on. And she said the attitude, as I mentioned, is just do it and pay the fine. Not our problem. We're paying royalties. They should be happy to get the money. I'm asking you today to hold polluters accountable for their dirty operations. Yes, New Mexico receives royalties, but that does not mean we are allowing our land to be polluted for profit. Please support these changes, and thank you for your service on the EIB. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reese. Dr. Wendy Johnson.
Thank you very much, members.
Would you spell your first and last name, please?
My name is Dr. Wendy Johnson, Wendy, last name Johnsson.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm Dr. Wendy Johnson, a family physician, a professor of public health, and a member of Healthy Climate New Mexico. Up to 300,000 Americans every year die prematurely from air pollution, but unfortunately you won't see that on their death certificates. Emissions cause or exacerbate asthma, dementia, depression, emphysema, heart attacks, strokes, and immune problems. New Mexico ranks 43rd for low birth rate in the country, and a recent UNM study found that those living close to emitters have the highest risk of premature delivery. We breathe these small particles into our lungs, they enter our bloodstreams, they gum up our organs, and even get into our brains. Long-term exposure to particulate matter from air pollution causes chronic inflammation and DNA damage that significantly increases the risk of lung cancer, bladder, breast, pancreas, and kidney cancer, leukemia, and lymphoma. Nationally, the health costs from air pollution are estimated at $820 billion per year. That's from lost productivity, hospital visits, medical bills. It comes out to $2,500 for every American every year. The oil and gas industry says they shouldn't be regulated because they provide so much money to the state's budget. And they threaten that any constraints on them will cause them to turn off that faucet. But one day the oil and gas boom will be over. The CEOs will go back to their out-of-state homes and leave behind early deaths and a huge burden on our fragile healthcare system. The only way to prevent that is to provide the state with the resources it needs to enforce existing laws that protect Mexicans from these real health threats and to create systems to reduce and prevent pollution. Someone will have to bear the brunt of these health costs. Please don't put that burden on New Mexicans themselves, the same people who will suffer the premature deaths and the chronic diseases. In my practice, I take care of a lot of the Los Alamos lab workers and their widows and children who were also told the economic benefits of working at the lab were worth the cost of their health and well-being. Now they suffer cancer and lung diseases. I visited the Permian Basin. I have friends who practice there, and they tell me of the surge of air pollution-related diseases they are seeing right now. I strongly urge you to support this very reasonable proposal, which will require oil and gas companies to contribute their fair share of the costs of the pollution they create and will help protect New Mexicans from the most damaging health consequences. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Judy Traeger.
Hi.
Hello. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, Judy, Judy, Traeger, Traeger.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
Please go ahead and please keep it slow.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Judy Traeger. I live in Albuquerque. I am speaking on behalf of protecting our air because of my deep faith. I believe that our loving God generously creates our earth to give life and well-being to every living being. I believe that we as human beings are called to tend and care for our sacred earth so that she can continue to support healthy life of all kinds. When we allow our air to be polluted, we are disrespecting God and endangering living beings, including the citizens of New Mexico. Many New Mexicans live close to oil and gas facilities and suffer from health impacts of air pollution, which include asthma, headaches, and respiratory issues, among many, many others. I support the update of permit and emissions fees so that the Air Quality Bureau has adequate, stable funding for the regulatory program. We need additional air monitoring equipment, additional trained inspectors, and additional technical staff to help with enforcement of regulations and prompt corrective action. I urge the Environmental Improvement Board to adopt the updated fee rule. It will give our air quality program the resources it needs for protecting New Mexicans and our environment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Traeger. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer public comment during this session? Carter Beckerick?
Mr. Beckerick, you can speak now. Unmute yourself.
Hello? Can you unmute yourself? Mr. Beckerick?
Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Beckerick?
Pam, I also saw the gentleman in the dark shirt. Glasses, beams on the ceiling, raised his hand. I don't know who that is.
Mr. Kipnis, would you like to make a public comment? All right, stand by. Let me get you unmuted. You should be good to go now, Mr. Kipnis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Bill
Hello.
Kipnis,
Would you-
KIP, NIS.
Oh, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead and keep it slow.
Thank you. I'm here to support the increased permit and emission fees for air quality, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak at the public hearing and appreciate your listening to all of us today. I'm a business person, and I'd like to speak a little bit, if I may, about economic and business reasons for supporting these increased fees. I think as a taxpayer, I represent similar people who have chosen to live here in New Mexico with air quality as maybe not the primary reason, but as a major contributor to our decision to live, invest, and work here. I've spent my career in New Mexico either in real estate development in our beautiful mountainous ski areas, and then later and more recently as a developer of renewable energy projects, including the microgrid at Netflix Albuquerque Studios, the microgrid at Santa Fe Community College. And as a business person, I hope I understand what it costs to do a job well done. And you cannot be expected to perform your passions and your obligations without sufficient funding. And I think that most New Mexicans share that understanding that technology today costs money, and people to earn a living wage to perform their work also costs money. I also believe that air quality may very well be a baseline for other critical economic industries to New Mexico, tourism being one of them, and that's being mentioned here. I don't think that things like outdoor recreation of all their types, sports, camping, etc., are possible, and that New Mexico True is possible with widespread publications of poor air quality in New Mexico. I think that for talent retention, which is an important economic issue here, people are more likely to leave if they can't enjoy the clean environment in New Mexico. And I think for many new businesses, and possibly, but not necessarily excluding oil and gas, our clean environment is a major magnet for new businesses. I do not believe that enforcement of air quality will result in a decrease in oil and gas revenues. I don't think there's any evidence of that. I think the evidence is 180 degrees from that. And in fact, I think we should look at companies who are in the oil and gas industry in New Mexico, whether that be in the Farmington area or the Permian Basin, who want to do the right thing. They want to comply with regulations. They want cleaner air regulations. But one of the things that stands in their way is concern that their competitors are not forced to do so as well. And competitive disadvantages like that can be a major factor in our business community and the decisions that we make. So for these and other reasons, I urge you to accept that permit and emission fees for air quality should be increased. And thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Kipnis. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer comment this morning?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer Carter is ready and he can unmute
I am
himself.
ready now.
Hello. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, my name is Carter Backrich, CarterBarrich.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Chair and members of the board, my name is Carter Backrich from Albuquerque, speaking in support of increased emission fees and a regulatory focus on PM10 and PM2.5 particles. I hold a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering, and I've previously worked in the petroleum and mining industries. I'm currently pursuing a medical degree at the University of New Mexico. As an engineer, I do not have the adversarial view of our state's industrial partners, but like many others who have spoken, I am deeply concerned about the impact of gas and particulate pollution on the health of our people. PM10 and PM2.5 particles are linked to heart disease and lung disease. And while our industry partners provide vital jobs, they are not able to regulate themselves. Having been in the room when engineers and business leaders are discussing an approach to regulatory compliance, I think a firm hand is needed from the state to ensure that industry is not having an outsized cost on our land, our water, and our air. So for these reasons, I believe that the increase in fees is a necessary step to ensure that our regulatory apparatus is able to keep industry in check and ensure that we have clean air for generations to come. So I support and encourage you to approve the increased fee structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Backrich. Is there anyone else on the platform who would like to offer comment this morning? I don't see any hands. Oh, no, Pam? All right. Let's go back to the technical case then. Ms. Sona. If you'd like to move to that seat there, Ms. Sona, you certainly may, for a more reliable microphone. Good morning. Would you spell your first and last name, please?
Yes, my first name is Brian, B-R-I-A-N, and my last name is Polgar, P-O-L-G-A-R.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Ms. Sona.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I apologize. I got booted from the internet during public comments. I'm trying to. Mr. Polgar, can you please share with us your current role with NMAC?
Yes, I'm currently the planning section chief with the Air Quality Bureau.
And in that role, what are your responsibilities?
So as the planning section chief, I oversee and manage the entire planning section of the Air Quality Bureau. And in that role, I oversee and manage multiple units, including the units that handle regulatory and rulemaking activities, air emissions inventories, air dispersion modeling, smoke management, and the small business assistance programs.
And how long have you served in that?
I have been the planning section chief since January 18th, 2025.
Can you briefly describe for us your role with the Environment Department prior to serving in this role?
Sure. I've been with the Environment Department since late 2020, serving in compliance and enforcement since then. Started as an inspector and became the manager of the inspections unit, and then served as the acting compliance and enforcement section chief until I moved into this role.
And do you have work experience from prior to your role at the Environment Department to share with us?
I do. I've been in a variety of different roles. Most recently, before I came to the Environment Department, I managed Doodlets here in Santa Fe. Prior to that, I've done other private management and also run my own business. And then right out of college, I served as an environmental consultant in toxicology, epidemiology, and risk assessment.
Thank you. Is NMED Exhibit 66 your resume?
It is, yes.
Is NMED Exhibit 65 a written narrative of your testimony?
It is, yes.
And do you adopt NMED Exhibit 65 as your testimony today?
I do.
And going back, I skipped one question. Can you briefly describe your educational qualification for us?
Sure. So I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biological Sciences from the University of Maryland at College Park. And I've done some post-degree graduate work at the graduate school at the National Institutes of Health, which was in immunology, toxicology, and epidemiology.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, at this point, I would like to respectfully move for admission of NMED Exhibit 65, which is Mr. Polgar's testimony, Exhibit 66, which is his resume, and Exhibits 67 through 77, which are referenced throughout his testimony.
I'll pause for a moment in the event there's an objection. Ms. Saluja? You may have to come to the dais.
Sorry about that. Yes, we would just like to make our continuing objection regarding the lack of disclosure of the technical information. Thank you.
Thank you. That objection is noted and overruled. Exhibits 65 through 77 are admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. And I believe that's admission of all of our exhibits except Secretary Kenny's resume, which turning back to you, Section Chief Polgar, do you have a PowerPoint presentation to accompany your oral testimony today?
I do, yes.
All right, please go ahead and you can read your summary and present your presentation.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Ely, members of the board, and Hearing Officer Orth. I am pleased to be here today to testify in support of the department's proposal to repeal and replace 20.2.71 NMAC and 20.2.75 NMAC. My testimony will build heavily upon the testimony of the previous two witnesses from yesterday, Cindy Hollenberg.
Mr. Polgar, would you mute whoever's the... Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Polgar.
So the previous two witnesses from yesterday, who were Cindy Hollenberg, the Air Quality Bureau Chief, and Brett Anderson, the Environmental Protection, Compliance, and Enforcement Bureau Chief. And my testimony also will rely on the oral summary provided by Director Miano of Secretary Kenny's written testimony. So my oral and written testimony should be evaluated from the overall perspective of calculating a projected cost and developing a projected revenue stream to cover that cost. That's it. My testimony does not justify those costs. That was covered by Bureau Chief Hollenberg and Bureau Chief Anderson. And my testimony does not cover state budgeting processes or spending oversight. That was covered in Secretary Kenny's written testimony, summarized by Director Miano. What my testimony does cover are the details and the numbers on the projected costs and projected revenues. and how the department confirmed that the projected costs of administering the air quality program are covered by the projected revenues collected under the proposed fees. So this is going to be an overview. My written testimony, as I'm sure you're aware, contains a lot more detail. And just a note that we're going to go in a little bit of a different order than my written testimony goes. So I'm going to go to the first slide. Okay. So just some background information. I know I just mentioned this, but the projected costs and the projected revenues are what this testimony is all about. Those are, in the simplest summary, the two main steps that are involved in determining a proposed fee structure sufficient to fund the future costs of the air quality program. So step one is determine our projected costs, which we did for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. And I know this was Director Miano, I believe, talked about this, but the New Mexico state fiscal year runs July 1 to June 30th. And the designation of the fiscal year is the second calendar year, the calendar year in which the fiscal year ends. So we are in fiscal year 2026 right now. That started on July 1st, 2025, and that ends in about 3 months on June 30th, 2026. So once we had determined those projected costs, we moved to step two, determining a proposed fee structure such that the projected revenue collected under that fee structure adequately funds the projected costs. And so, again, just to drive a couple of things home, we're not talking about a budget today in my testimony. We're not even talking about a formal spending plan. This is a projection that was used to determine and support the proposed fees that we're discussing today. And those are the fees that will provide the resources to allow the air quality program to fully implement its mission and protect New Mexico's air quality. So just for clarity, some of these terms have been shared, but just to make sure we're all on the same page and talking about the same things. The Title V fund, that is SRF 09200, which hopefully that'll be the last time you hear me say that. State revenue or special revenue fund 09200, but that's the fund that tracks the revenues and costs for the Title V program. The Title V program is meant to encompass all of the air costs, activities, staff, everything that covers the major sources of air pollution. Those primarily are those that are above 100 tons per year, although there are some other definitions. Then the other main fund is, or the other fund is the construction fund, which is SRF 63100. That fund tracks the costs and revenues in the construction program. And the construction program, as was discussed yesterday, encompasses any source that's not major. So it's not just facilities that hold construction permits or even facilities that hold notices of intent. It's any other source of air pollution that's not a major source. All right. I'm going to go to the next slide. So before we get into the fiscal year 2026 to fiscal year 2030 projection and analysis, let's discuss one possible future. So remember, as Bureau Chief Hollenberg discussed yesterday, the air program fees, and some of the public commented, the air program fees have not been updated since 2009 in the Title V program, that is 17 years ago, and 2003 in the construction program, and that is 23 years ago. So, in spite of a vastly more complex air quality world, with more sources of air pollution, more regulations, more complexity in those regulations, and a corresponding rapidly expanding air program workload, the department has operated on revenue amounts established more than 15 years ago. So this possible future we're going to talk more about, it's called the business as usual scenario, and it's presented in section 4, and that is Roman numeral IV, section 4 of my written testimony. And we are going to go in a different order, as I said. So, as covered in other testimony, the fees that we are discussing today must sufficiently fund the air quality program. And just for one more reminder, that includes the air program staff and costs in the newly created compliance and enforcement division. So those costs and staff in that division that are focused on air, as well as the Air Quality Bureau staff and costs that remain in the Environmental Protection Division. So this business as usual scenario shows that should these proposed fees not be adopted, the department faces a fiscal cliff that will severely limit our ability to administer the air quality program and protect New Mexico's air quality. Beyond obviously negatively affecting the environment and the public, this would have negative consequences for the regulated community as well. Go to the next slide here. So what you see on the screen right now is a figure that is pulled from NMED Exhibit 77 that visually shows this possible future. The board also has NMED Exhibit 77 as a separate printed demonstrative for their references now or later. But in the figure that's on the screen, the red dotted line is the projected costs, the green dashed line is the projected revenue, and the blue solid line is the projected fiscal year end fund balances or fund balance. On the vertical y-axis are dollar amounts, and on the horizontal line at $0, you see the fiscal years. So this figure that's on the screen, it combines both the Title V fund and the construction fund into overall numbers, just to present this overall picture. NMED Exhibit 77 does present this, and it also has a figure for each fund separately, and it has more numerical information because you can only put so much on a slide. So as might be expected, all three of those figures look similar, with projected costs exceeding projected revenues and projected fund balances decreasing over time. So how did we determine this? Let's discuss. So this scenario or projection essentially freezes current costs that are projected in that 5-year analysis as of January 31st, 2026. So just a couple of months ago. What this means is that if a position was filled or created as of January 31st, 2026, it remains in this business as usual scenario for fiscal years 2026 through 2030. Any unfilled and uncreated position that is projected for the future years is not in this scenario. So we're going to talk about this a little bit more later, but of the 81 new positions that are proposed for fiscal year 2026 through 2030, 9 are already filled. And those are the positions that remain, the new positions that remain in this scenario. Since contract spending is projected at $8 million per year in the analysis, including for fiscal year 2026, it is frozen at that level throughout this scenario. And this scenario assumes that the proposed fees are not adopted. So this business as usual scenario does include consumer price index adjustments to the current fee levels, because those would continue in future years, even if the proposed fees are not adopted. You'll see CPI on the screen, and you might hear me say CPI, that's Consumer Price Index, and that is intended to only address monetary inflation, nothing else. So when looking at this graph, you can see the Consumer Price Index increases, explain why the green line slightly increases over time, because the fees would increase, so the revenue would continue to increase slightly. The red line slightly increases over time because the legislative raises of existing salaries remain in this scenario as an increasing cost in the future years. That's because those raises are, the air quality program has nothing to do with those. Those are dictated by the legislature and the governor. And really importantly, as you look at this image, you have to remember that built into this scenario is a continuing ongoing inability and probably a worsening conditions as far as the air quality program's ability to function at the levels required to fully protect New Mexico's air quality and administer its program, which includes services for the regulated community. So that continuing inability is built into this. There's a couple of key numbers I want to go over that aren't clearly shown on the screen. So at the end of fiscal year 2026, the air program funds combined face a nearly $8 million projected revenue shortfall. $8 million. So this is visually shown in that space between the cost and the revenue lines in the graph, as well as by that plummeting fund balance line. That shortfall continues into the future years and leads to the exhaustion of both funds. This scenario projects that Title V fund exhaustion will occur in fiscal year 2028, which begins July 1st, 2027, while the construction fund exhaustion is projected to occur in fiscal year 2029. In reality, actual fund exhaustion cannot and will not happen. Instead, if the proposed fees are not adopted, the drastic cost-cutting measures and budgeting limitations that will be required to avoid fund exhaustion would likely start in about 3 months in fiscal year 2027. So those actions would negatively affect the functioning of the department's air quality program, as well as New Mexico's air quality. And that's really the big takeaway from this business as usual scenario, that there is an urgent need for the air program fees to be aligned with the current and projected costs of administering the air quality program. So again, during deliberations, you'll be able to reference this image in the handout as well as the exhibit NMAC 77. But there's good news, which is that it does not have to be this way, and that's why we're all here today. I'm going to go to the next slide. So before I dig into the projected costs and the projected revenues in this fiscal analysis, we need to talk about uncertainty. So this slide is going to stay up, and I'm going to discuss some uncertainty, and things are going to appear on the slide as I go forward here. So where does uncertainty come from, and why are the assumptions required? In short, because it's impossible to predict the future. So at the same time, while it's impossible to predict the future year cost and revenue projections are absolutely required to determine a proposed fee structure that covers future costs. In order to perform the analysis that's required to determine that fee structure, estimates, assumptions, and adjustments are needed. So where possible, these estimations and adjustments are based on historical data and then also combined with valid assumptions. So developing revenue projections requires estimates for certain values, including the Title V emission levels, allowable emission levels in the Title V program, and then within the construction program, facility counts, as well as permitting activity counts. So beyond estimating certain numbers, some adjustments and assumptions are also made to address the likely future situations and hopefully reduce the uncertainty in these projections. But these include adjustments and assumptions to address state employee annual raises, future year CPI increases, as well as uncertainty in vacancy rates, hiring timelines, future salaries, and future contract spending amounts. So without making some of these adjustments, it is literally impossible to project future year costs and revenues. And we're going to go through some of these assumptions, or many of them, in more detail as I go through today. For now, the important takeaway on uncertainty is that many of these necessary assumptions will not match future reality. This fact and other uncertainties will lead to the actual future year costs and revenues differing from the projections that are presented. And as such, the department is fully aware of that, and we will continue to monitor actual costs and revenues annually to ensure that these fees will generate sufficient revenue to fund the program amid the increasing costs that are required to meet the objectives and protect air quality in New Mexico. And as part of this, if necessary, the department will petition the board in future years and hopefully not wait almost 20 years or averaged out to about 20 years. So one last thing before we depart from uncertainty, there's also uncertainties in these projections for which no adjustments are made inside the scenario and analysis. So on the projected cost side, examples include: 1, inflationary effects on non-salary costs; 2, potential and unpredictable changes to the state's portion of employee benefits costs, like changes in insurance premiums or changes in retirement contributions that the state is responsible for; 3, variation in the timing or type of the new position creation and when those positions are actually filled; 4, actual future year salary differences from these projections; and 5, changes to contract spending in future years. Any of these factors could lead to the actual future costs being higher or lower than projected. On the revenue side, the department made no adjustment to the future year facility counts, permitting activity counts, or Title V emission levels, although all of these will undoubtedly change over time. So as we're going to discuss below, once estimated, these numbers were held steady through fiscal year 2030 in this analysis based on the difficulty in predicting the future. And as will be clear, future year changes to any of these numbers will affect future year revenue. Specifically, guessing how owners or operators will respond to the changes in these rules when making overall business decisions, as well as specific air permitting decisions, is difficult and fraught with even higher uncertainty. Also, since a large percentage of regulated sources in New Mexico are in the oil and gas sector, changes in oil and gas production and technologies will cause changes in that sector's permitting and business decisions. And again, it's impossible for the department to predict how the future of the New Mexico oil and gas production will change, either geologically or technologically, as well as how owners and operators will respond to those changes. So just a summary before we move on. The future year cost and revenue projections are uncertain for multiple reasons. Therefore, performing these projections required estimations and adjustments based on data and logical assumptions. Still, that uncertainty will cause the actual costs and revenues in the future years to differ from these projections. And that is the one reason the department will monitor the actual costs and revenues moving forward to make sure that these fee proposals we're discussing today generate the revenue that's required for the department to properly administer the air quality program and protect New Mexico's air quality. I'm going to go to the next slide. So now we're really going to get into it. We're going to talk about the cost projections that are in this fiscal year 2026 to 2030 analysis. So this, again, was the first main step projecting the costs was the first main step in determining an appropriate fee structure. This cost projection needed to be fund specific, so it had to be broken down into the construction fund and the Title V fund in order for us to determine appropriate fees within each fund. So as such, most future cost projections are split 80% to the construction fund and 20% to the Title V fund. So as described in my written testimony and shown in NMED Exhibit 20, this is based on the fact that in the 2023 emissions inventory, 19.7%, or almost 20%, of the reported emissions were from Title V sources. So one piece of the cost projections is outside contractors, that is non-NMED employees who perform contracted work for the department. The air quality program incurs cost for contractors who perform a variety of work, including but not limited to services for hearings, assistance with permit reviews, assistance with database upgrades, compliance assistance, legal assistance, photochemical modeling, monitoring assistance, and development of other tasks and projects to help the department carry out the mission of the air quality program. So as I said earlier, air quality program contract spending is projected at $8 million per year for each year of this analysis due to the increasing needs of the air quality program that's outlined in the testimony of Cindy Hollenberg and Brett Anderson. And as discussed above, this cost within this scenario is projected to be split 80-20 between the construction fund and the Title V fund. So another piece of the cost projections is the plan to create 81 new air quality program positions over the time frame of this analysis, fiscal years 2026 through 2030. As discussed by Bureau Chiefs Hollenberg and Anderson, these positions are required to increase or to address increasing demands on the air quality program. So once the creation of these positions was mapped out over that time frame, department financial staff provided cost estimates for the new positions. So the projected employee salary and benefit costs are based on the midpoint of the salary band in which the new position exists and include a projection of the state's portion of employee benefit costs that is 40% of the projected salary. According to our department financial staff, 40% represents an approximate average of these costs relative to employee salary. Excuse me. So beyond those employee salary and benefit costs, each new employee requires other costs like equipment, supplies, software licenses, training, etc. These are estimated at $9,500 per employee, which again is the amount utilized by the department's financial staff. And the new positions within the AIR program will also create a need for more vehicles and more travel costs. Those are projected separately, but in the analysis. So in case you just missed it, I just discussed some estimates which have uncertainty in them that are used in these cost projections, including using the midpoint of the salary band, 40% for benefits, and the estimates for those other non-salary costs that we just discussed. So let's talk about the adjustments a little bit more. So first, and I touched on this earlier, but each year the New Mexico legislature and the governor consider pay raises for all state employees. Anytime such a pay raise is passed, by those two entities, the raises for the air quality program employees are funded from the Title V fund and the construction fund. So the department adjusted the projected employee salary and benefit costs by adding an assumed 3% annual raise moving forward. Over the last 9 years, state employees have received on average 3.3% raises. The second, the department added a 10% vacancy discount to all of the new positions, and that is a reduction, a vacancy discount, a reduction to the projected employee salary and benefit costs. So in addition to the natural ebb and flow of the workforce, this adjustment addresses the fact that the cost projections for these new positions assumes all new positions will be filled for the entire fiscal year, which is not realistic. Not all of these positions will be hired on July 1 of any given year. So the final adjustment that I want to discuss today, and I think Bureau Chief Anderson touched on this yesterday, we did apply a 10% increase to the salary and benefit costs for all of the current positions, all of the existing positions, and I'll explain why in a second, but we did that to account for a likely transfer of all the existing air program staff to the new air protection professional job series. So my written goes into a lot more detail on this, but I want to just give a brief overview. So this is the State Personnel Office, which is also referred to as SPO, instituted a new statewide job architecture and salary structure in August of 2025. So just the end of this past summer. As part of that process, SPO created a new job title and a new series, which is the levels within a job title, including the salary levels. So that new job series is the Air Protection Professional Series. So currently, all air quality program staff are in a different job series called the Environmental Scientist job series. And when you look at these two, the air protection professional versus the environmental scientist, each level within the air protection professional job series is one pay band level higher than the corresponding level that's in the environmental scientist job series. So while no existing air program positions have been transferred to, nor any new positions created in that air protection professional series, the department expects that all air program positions will eventually transfer to that air protection professional series. Since this would effectively move all existing positions into a higher pay band, the department applied a conservative 10% increase to the existing employee salary and benefit costs. That's done in fiscal year 2027 in the analysis. That's when that adjustment occurs. For the cost projections, 10% is conservative because most of those levels are actually closer to 15% higher if you compare the midpoint of the salary bands. And so the reason it's only done to existing positions is that all of the new positions that are proposed in the later fiscal years of our analysis, fiscal years 2028 through 2030, those are already projected into that air protection professional series. So we did not have to make any adjustment for those. Okay, so let's go to the next.
Mr. Polgar,
Yes.
is now a good point for the board to take a 10 to 15 minute break? Or do you want to get through another section before we pause for a midway break?
If we're pausing for a midway break, then this is probably a good point, yes.
All right, let's come back at 10:30. All right, thank you. Ms. Sona or Mr. Polgar?
Thank you. So we had just talked about some of the adjustments that were made to the cost projections. And so now I'm going to go into those cost projections. And so putting all of this together produced the annual projected costs for the entire air quality program. Again, Compliance and Enforcement Division, as well as Environmental Protection Division. Each fiscal year's projected cost are the previous fiscal year's total projected costs for employee salary, benefit, and other costs, plus any adjustments like the 3% annual raises, plus all new projected costs for that fiscal year, plus the projected contract spending. So this yields fund-specific projected costs for each fiscal year between 2026 and 2030. As the table on the screen here shows, fiscal years 2028 through 2030 show the largest increases in the projected costs. This is due primarily to current projected budgeting shortfalls that are affecting fiscal year 2026 and will continue to affect fiscal year 2027. So due to these expected conditions and budgeting limits, 72 of the 81 new positions are projected for creation in the last 3 years of this analysis, fiscal years 2028 through 2030. And that is why those are the years with the largest increase in projected spending. And then again, as discussed earlier, the other 9 of the new positions are already filled. So the total projected costs in the construction fund and the Title V fund in fiscal year 2030, which is the highlighted numbers on the screen here, those were the targets for the revenue projections. So we were trying to target the fiscal year 2030 revenue to those numbers that are highlighted. So again, these are the projected costs to fully administer the air quality program and protect New Mexico's air quality through fiscal year 2030. And now we're going to turn to the revenue side. So once the cost projections were complete, we needed a method to project revenues in fiscal years 2027 through 2030 from different possible fee structures and amounts. And you might have noticed I said 2027 to 2030. So before we discuss that, let's talk about fiscal year 2026. So since these revised rules that we're discussing today will not be effective until June 2026 at the earliest, which is almost the end of the fiscal year, and it's well after the department's annual billing cycle, which we just finished actually for this year. So for that reason, the projected revenues for the current fiscal year 2026, could not be based on the proposed fees that we're discussing today. So for the Title V fund, the fiscal year 2026 revenue is projected at $4.1 million. This is a rounded estimate based on the tons of emissions that were actually billed in 2025 times an estimated per ton fee, which was 3% higher than the actual fee used in 2025 for Title V billing. So for the construction fund, the fiscal year 2026 fee-only revenue is projected at $11.9 million. This is also a rounded estimate, but it is based on a 3% increase to the fiscal year 2025 construction fund revenue that was collected only from fees that were assessed under 20.2.75. And that number in 2025 was around $11.5 million. So let's talk about the remaining 4 years, which are the more important years. So that's fiscal years 2027 through 2030. Assuming the proposed fees become effective in the second half of this calendar year, so around June, the effective date, the new fees will be in place for most of fiscal year 2027 or all of fiscal year 2027 for application reviews, because as construction construction program applications come in, they're billed as they come in. And so those fees would be in place for most of or all of fiscal year 2027 and will undoubtedly be in place for the next annual billing cycle, which occurs in January to March of 2027. So for fiscal year 2027, the projected revenue is based on the new fee amounts in the revised rules that we're discussing today. So that's fiscal year 27, just based on the new rules. Fiscal years 2028 through fiscal year 2030, those projections, those revenue projections are based on the new fee amounts plus a 3% per year increase to account for the projected annual adjustments that occur based on the consumer price index, which again just addresses normal monetary inflation, that the candy bar you buy for $1.50 today was 75 cents 25 years ago. That's all the CPI deals with. So once we had the fee amounts, in order to project the revenue under the new fees, the department also needed to estimate future year numbers for Title V emissions, notice of intent facility counts, construction permit facility counts, and the construction program application activity, which includes notice of intent applications and construction permit applications and general construction permit, their registrations, but that's also an application for the purposes of this discussion. I'm going to take mercy on you and not go into the details on how those estimations were done, but I will point out it's explained in detail in my written testimony how those numbers were estimated. They are all based on actual historical data and then some valid assumptions. However, once those estimations were made, they were held steady, and I talked about this earlier, through fiscal year 2027 to 2030. Considering all the unknowns around the future emissions, application activity, and facility counts, the department opted to use the steady numbers for the future revenue projections. And of course, we will continue to monitor actual costs and revenues. The one important point for the Title V emissions: particulate matter 10 microns or less, which you heard referred to as PM10. That's what PM10 is. It's particulate matter 10 microns or less. That is included in the tons number that is used to project the future year revenues for the Title V program. So this is because the proposed version of 20.2.71 does correct a historical oversight that was already discussed and will allow the department to again collect Title V fees for particulate matter or dust moving forward. So because we will be able to again collect it, it needed to be included in the revenue projections to keep things accurate. So I'm going to go to the next slide. There's a lot on this one. This is a slide of the spreadsheet that calculates our projected or calculated our projected revenues from different fee amounts. This is also NMAC Exhibit 76. And again, I did provide this or have this provided as a printed demonstrative. It's also in the NOI submission. So I'm going to walk through a few things on here. So for fiscal years 2028 through 2030, there are built-in formulas to adjust the fees for the 3% CPI increase when we inputted a fee into that fiscal year 2027 column, which is highlighted on the screen. And if you're looking at the demonstrative or the exhibit, that's column C, as in cat, the fiscal year 2027 column. So upon entering a fee, and that's any fee, whether it's any fee that's adjusted for the CPI, whether it's a Title V per tons fee or a construction fee, when we inputted it into the fiscal year 2027 column, the spreadsheet automatically calculated the increased amount and filled it in for the following years, fiscal year 2028 through 2030 for that fee. And then it also calculates the revenue, the projected revenues automatically for fiscal years 2027 through 2030 based on that input fee and some of the other things that we've talked about, the constant Title V tons projection and the other activity counts and facility counts. So to walk through the Title V number. So in the Title V fund, the projected revenue in fiscal year 2027 is 109,916 tons. And my written testimony talks about where that number comes from. So 109,916 tons times $85 a ton, the proposed new fee for Title V, and then minus a 2.6% reduction to account for the lowered 3,000 ton cap for billable pollutants that is in the proposed version of 20.2.71. So the Title V revenue for the later fiscal years, 2028 through 2030, those revenues are calculated similarly, except that, as discussed earlier, the per ton fee is increased by 3% for the CPI each year. And again, the billable tons, as we discussed earlier, and as you can see on the spreadsheet, the billable tons are held steady through fiscal years 2027 through 2030. So that's for the Title V fund. So again, I'm going to take mercy on you and not walk through every formula in the construction fund right now, but the calculations are very similar. The spreadsheet was built very similar to make adjustments. So this spreadsheet allowed quick evaluation of different fee amounts and their associated projected revenues. So what's on the screen and what's in NMAD Exhibit 76 are the projected revenues that are based on the rules that we're discussing today. But when we were doing our analysis, we were able to look at a number of different scenarios. So the Title V fund, as you might guess, was pretty straightforward because there was only one fee, or there is only one fee. The construction fund is more complicated. There are multiple fees in the construction fund, and there's a new or a changed notice of intent application and fee and a new notice of intent annual fee. So the first thing about the Part 75, the construction rule, the complexity-based point schedule, which is part of how we determine the cost for applications. That's where the NOI, the notice of intent applications, are being proposed to be set at 10 points, and the GCP oil and gas, the general construction permit for oil and gas, the GCP oil and gas is being proposed at 30 points. So those are things that don't change within this analysis. They stay steady. And then of course, as we discussed earlier, facility and activity counts are also held steady in the construction program. So the only things that could vary here in this spreadsheet were the construction permit annual fee, the notice of intent annual fee, and the per point fee. So the revenue calculator spreadsheet, it allowed us to quickly evaluate some different potential fee structures, but the department also used some additional parameters to ensure a fee scenario that equitably and fairly spreads the projected cost recovery across all sources covered by 20.2.75 NMAC, which includes notice of intent facilities. So for that new notice of intent annual fee, the department targeted, we started out targeting approximately 25% of the construction permit annual fee, which is actually exactly where we ended up if you compare 700 for the NOI annual fee to 2,800 for the construction permit annual fee. But we were targeting 25%. That was based on emissions from the notice of intent facilities versus the other facilities. So that 2023 emissions inventory that I mentioned earlier when we talked about Title V. So in that emissions inventory, the notice of intent facilities accounted for 32.5% of total reported emissions. And then if you look at just the construction program, so if you take out the Title V emissions, that actually jumps to 40.5%, 40.5%. So we used 25% instead of those higher numbers because the notice of intent annual fee is new. We do understand that. And also because permitted facilities generally require more department work than a notice of intent facility. And so that's why we chose 25% instead of those higher numbers, higher percentages. So that's just for the notice of intent annual fee. So for the construction permit annual fee and the per point fee, we were aiming to maintain a similar percentage increase over the current fee amount for both of those fees. Now that ended up being around 9%. And remember that this analysis was being performed in the later half of calendar year 2025. So before we formally knew what the CPI adjustment would be or what the 2026 fees ended up being. But that's what we were targeting, was to increase both of those fees by a similar percentage. So when we put all that together, we ended up with what you see now on the screen. This is our projected revenue per fiscal year by fund based on the proposed fees and the rules that we are discussing today. So remember, again, when we were evaluating the different possibilities, we were targeting those 2023 projected costs as our revenue in 2030. Sorry, we were targeting the 2030 projected costs as our revenue in 2030. Too many numbers, I apologize. So since the projected costs do increase over time, targeting that last year's number, it ensured adequate revenue by fiscal year 2030. And it also ensured that there would be no further projected revenue shortfalls in 2027 through 2030. And as the next two slides are going to show, it actually produces some projected revenue exceedances in the next 3 years, which allows the fund balance to recover from this year. And so, as we discussed earlier in that business as usual scenario, that scenario projects a revenue shortfall this year, but the reality is that shortfall is going to occur. We're almost at the end of fiscal year 2026. So there's going to be a shortfall this year, and the fund balances will pick up some of that, so to speak, or pick up all of that shortfall. Because that projected shortfall is not going to be affected by what you decide today. When you adopt these rules, it's not going to really change the situation in fiscal year 2026. All right. We're getting there. All right, so on the screen now, this figure is pulled from NMAC Exhibit 71, which is another exhibit that we provided a printed demonstrative of for the board. So in addition to the figure that we have on the screen, which is for the Title V fund, NMAC Exhibit 71 contains the spreadsheet that underlies the situation in the Title V fund. It also shows the projected revenues in that fund for all of the fiscal years, 2026 through 2030. What's on the screen now does have the overall numbers in that table that's below the graph for the Title V fund. And then the line identification is the same as I discussed earlier for the business as usual scenario, and it's provided in the legend that's on this table. So again, when we look at this figure, projected costs and revenues in the Title V fund are provided numerically in the table and visually in the graph. So to really try to drive home that earlier statement about 2026, you can see that in fiscal year 2026, the projected costs exceed projected revenues by over $3 million in the Title V fund. So this shortfall is projected to leave the end of fiscal year 2026 fund balance in the Title V fund at around $3.7 million, decreased from just over $7 million at the beginning of this fiscal year. And so this figure and the next one, they do assume that the board adopts the proposed replacement fees. And so that's why this looks so different than the business as usual scenario. With the increased Title V fees, revenue is projected to exceed costs for fiscal years 2027 through 2029, allowing a recovery of that Title V fund balance. And then the projected cost line and the projected revenue line are fairly close to each other through fiscal year 2030, which demonstrates that the proposed fees will in fact cover the projected costs of the Title V program. By fiscal year 2030, the projected costs do actually exceed the projected revenues in the Title V fund by around $350,000. And that is about 3.5% of the total projected revenue in that fund in that year. But given that this is a 5-year analysis and there are numerous uncertainties and unknowns ahead, the department does consider this a logical and measured projection that Title V costs will be covered by Title V fee revenues, even in spite of that slight projected shortfall in fiscal year 2030. And again, stated this multiple times, but we're going to be monitoring our actual costs and revenues every year and fund balances. So before we move to the construction fund, just one last look at this figure because it's really the important takeaway for the Title V fund. Again, the board has this in NMAC Exhibit 71 and as a separate demonstrative. And excuse me. All right, so we're going to go. It's similar. No, it is changed. I was going to say it's very similar. So we have a different figure up now. So just repeat everything that I just said. And no. That's only partly true. So the overall structure of this figure, which is for the construction fund, that is the overall structure of it. The legend, all that stuff is the same as the one we just saw. This is also pulled from NMAC Exhibit 71. And so just to note that exhibit, NMAC Exhibit 71, it does have the Title V fund, the construction fund, and a third page that has both funds combined. So back to the screen here in the figure, we got the same information, same format, but it's for the construction fund. So similar to the Title V fund, for the construction fund in fiscal year 2026, projected costs exceed projected revenues, but now it's by over $4.6 million in the construction fund. This shortfall is projected to leave the end of fiscal year 2026 construction fund balance at around $13 million, which is decreased from almost $18 million at the beginning of this fiscal year. So assuming the board adopts the proposed replacement version of 20.2.75 NMAC, the projected revenues exceed the projected costs for the remaining 4 years of the analysis, and by fiscal year 2030 have essentially converged. In that year, that is fiscal year 2030, the projected revenues in this fund actually exceed the projected costs by around $360,000. So it's about the same amount of money, but within this fund, it's a much lower percentage, about 1.25% or 1.25% of the fiscal year 2030 projected revenue. So again, we do consider this to be a a valid demonstration that the construction fund revenues will fund the construction fund program costs. So also, again, the exceedances that are occurring in the fiscal years prior to 2030, so 2027 through 2029, they will allow that construction fund balance to recover. And then I think importantly that you can see that blue line starts to flatten out and that fund balance stops increasing in the later years. And so again, just like the last figure that we had up, this is really the takeaway for the construction fund. And so, okay, I think we made it. So I'm going to do just a conclusion here. And before I start, I really want to thank the board for your patience and your attention. This is a really important matter that we're discussing today. And so I really do appreciate, as a state employee as well as a citizen, what you guys do. So thank you. So I'm going to do a summary here. So one, we started today with the business as usual scenario, demonstrating the urgent need for the increased financial resources for the air quality program. Again, if the proposed fees are not adopted, the department will almost immediately be forced to reduce services for the air quality program, leading to, among other things, increased permitting delays, further backlog of compliance and enforcement work, and overall reduced capacity to meet the air program obligations, and a corresponding decrease in New Mexico's air quality. So two, cost and revenue projections are uncertain. We talked a lot about this, but just want to remind the board that we did consider and address uncertainty in these projections as realistically as we could. And again, a final reminder, we are going to monitor actual costs and revenues moving forward to make sure that the projections are valid. So the cost and revenue projections that are in this analysis are well supported and well documented in the record for this hearing. Those cost projections, they represent the financial resources that are required to allow the department to continue its recent actions, improving air program capacity, and then also continue to meet air program obligations and responsibilities into the future. So overall, and then most importantly, the revenues that are projected under the proposed fees that we're discussing today, they are sufficient to cover the projected future costs of fully administering the air quality program and protecting New Mexico's air quality. So I do respectfully request that the board adopt the department's proposed replacement versions of 20.2.71 NMAC and 20.2.75 NMAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polgar. Ms. Sona?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. If everyone wants to stretch for maybe 5 minutes, we'll get our witnesses set up over there in their seats and I imagine turn to cross-examination.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Mullenberger, Mr. Trujillo, you can array yourself here. It's time now to turn to the questioning of the department panel by the New Mexico Mining Association, NMOGA, and IPA-NM. Who's going to start, gentlemen? Mr. Mullenberg?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Let me let you know how we intend to proceed and maybe talk a little bit about our understanding of the ground rules for a panel cross. We have split up the specific witnesses among the three of us for questions. Our questions really aren't divided up between the three organizations. They're just being asked generally. The way we intend to proceed, Mr. Trujillo is going to start the questioning with Mr. Anderson. Then it'll go to me, to Ms. Hollenberg. Ms. Serafina is going to question Mr. Polgar, and then I'll wrap up with Director Miano. And our understanding, and feel free, is that we'll ask the questions. Our intent is to ask the questions of a specific witness, but obviously they can defer to any other member of the panel if they need help with a response to a question.
I share your understanding and thank you for laying out your plan.
Madam Hearing Officer.
Ms. Sona.
For the record, I'd just like to lodge an objection to the format planned for cross-examination. There was discussion yesterday about how the different parties did not have commingled interests, and there would be separate cross-examination was sought by Mr. Mullenberg, I apologize, for his separate clients. And now he's told us today that my witnesses aren't entitled to know who the question is coming from. And I do believe, they've done their homework to try and understand the positions that these industries have presented and to understand where the questioning is coming from. They're entitled to that clarification in providing their answers. Obviously, Mr. Holmberg's probably not going to go back and change all of his cross-examination at this point. So I'm just lodging it.
All right. And I don't think I offered any direction on that point. And I'm sorry if I might have underestimated how important it would be to each of the witnesses to understand who is posing the question. I think, though, even if I had been clear on it, there's only so many ways we can slice the sausage, if you will, and keeping track, for example, that no witness draws from these three parties more than about an hour of cross-exam is kind of what I'm going to do, regardless of how many folks answer the question. And in the event a witness desires clarification around, well, does that question relate to, a mining permit, for example, rather than an oil and gas facility permit, they can ask for clarification, I think.
Thank you, Madam.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. That's perfectly acceptable. If any of the witnesses need clarification in that regard, we'll be happy to provide it to the extent, again, there is a distinction. And we did have the discussion in the context of the timing and how you're going to administer the time limits. Let me make sure we're clear on that. I think you were looking for an overall time of around 3 hours, is it? Or an hour per witness, or just,
yeah,
I know you'll be keeping time, so.
Yeah, somewhere between 3 and 4 hours, and certainly no more than an hour focused on any one witness.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, just to add to the conversation, some of my questions I actually do specifically from an oil and gas perspective or from a mining perspective, so I'll make those distinctions as I go along. Otherwise, it'll be relative to overarching issues that pertain to all three.
Sure. Particulate matter is a universal thing. So thank you all very much, and let's see what we can do before lunch.
Mr. Anderson, we get to start off first and warm everyone else up. Mr. Anderson, I've reviewed your testimony and associated exhibits, and is it fair to say that your testimony and exhibits set forth the current problems facing the Environmental Protection, Compliance, and Enforcement Division? Otherwise, I'll refer to it through my questioning as EPCEB. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that these problems are part of the reasons, I should say, the department is seeking the proposed fee increases?
To some degree, yes.
However, your testimony exhibits provide no specific cost information that relates to the amount of specific proposed fee increases, right?
No.
And who's the witness that will answer those and tie it back to your department?
Mr. Polgar was the one that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of the issues you raised in your testimony of the current problems. So for the air quality inspections unit, the number of facilities on the CAA stationary source compliance monitoring strategy, and I believe you refer to it as the CMS, is that correct?
Yes.
So for the air quality inspection unit, the number of facilities on the CMS increased significantly between 2021 and 2025, is that correct?
Correct.
And that increase happened over several years, not all at once, correct?
Correct.
At the same time, inspections dropped, correct?
Correct.
So the department saw the workload increasing while inspections decreased, correct?
Yes.
And the backlog increased dramatically during the same time period, correct?
Yes.
And the department essentially the department had a slow moving, visible problem, not a sudden crisis, correct?
That's a matter of that's a subjective response. You know, the increase occurs irrespective of the level of the number of full-time equivalents that we have in the inspections program. If that makes any sense. The growth in the growth on the facilities on the CMS list exists independent of the number of inspectors that we have.
But some of these problems weren't just all of a sudden popping up. They occurred over a period of years, correct?
Yes.
Let me switch topics on you for a second. We're going to talk about a concept called fee shock. The inspection program has operated below 50% staffing for an extended period, correct?
Yes.
Those problems existed for years before this rulemaking, correct?
No. That at one time, over the analysis that I did was over a 5-year period, looking at the numbers. And so there was a period of time between 21 and 25 where where the inspections unit was at full staff. Again, that they were only authorized for 8, the full-time authorization was only for 8 inspectors full-time. And so it wasn't until about 2024 where the numbers started to drop in the inspections unit in terms of the number of full-time employees.
So it all happened in 2024?
No, it has fluctuated, but the numbers, if you look at the graph that I showed yesterday, the numbers went up through 2024 and then came down, and they've hovered at 4 and 5 inspectors during that period of time, between essentially late 24 to the present. We're about half, at half capacity.
So I'm going to use a term and I'm going to define it for you. So then I'll ask you if you understand what I mean by the term. I'm going to use the term fee shock. Okay. And I'm using that term to mean a significant one-time increase in fees. So do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes.
Term? Okay. Now the department is proposing a fee increase to address the accumulated problem that we just discussed, correct?
Correct.
Why not gradually increase fees instead of engaging in fee shock? In other words, a really huge one-time increase at a particular point in time.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Relevance and outside the scope of Mr. Anderson's testimony, particularly in the response he gave to the second question, I believe, from counsel regarding whether or not his testimony was addressing fees. It's not. So this concept in line of questioning regarding fee shock is outside the scope of Mr. Anderson's testimony.
All right. Mr. Anderson, can you identify a different witness who would be able to address this line of question?
Mr. Polgar.
All right.
Or Ms. Young.
All right. You would redirect your questions to them.
All right. Whoever's best situated to answer it, feel free to jump in. I can repeat the question if that helps. Or do you remember the question?
Go, Director. I mean, if you'd like to.
Okay. Thank you. I would like you to repeat the question. Sorry.
Certainly. So let's start with the term fee shock. Did you understand how I define fee shock in this case?
Yes.
And my question was, why not gradually increase fees instead of engage in fee shock?
I would say that what the shock has been is actually a shock of work to the department since the Permian Basin explosion, the Permian Basin boom. And so really what we're doing is correcting for what the department needs are to properly protect human health and the environment. Unfortunately, we are in a position now where we need the fees as we've proposed. We tried to raise the fees before the board last year, a couple years ago, and now we're in a more dire situation after we had opposition to that. And so as we move along in time, the problem for our finances and our needs increase, they don't subside. I would also say that we are in a position in the environment department where we don't have enough resources over time, so we can't account for what was done or not done in previous years. We're here where we are now, and the needs are here now.
And that Permian Basin boom though has been going on since about around 2018, right? Is correct?
Approximately.
Okay. So it's not just the situation that just occurred. It's been occurring for several years, correct?
Again, I can't account for what the department did or didn't do since 2018 when the Permian Basin increased in permitting and the department had permitting applications. What I can tell you is that now we have presented the case for a need for increased funding for our program staff and our program work to fulfill our mission.
Have you ever heard of the concept rate shock?
No.
Okay. We'll go back to you, Mr. Anderson. Let's talk a little bit about internal efficiencies within the inspection program. Inspection time has increased significantly since 2001, correct?
Yes.
And report length has also increased, correct?
Yes.
Your testimony. And that's partly due to internal processes expanding, correct?
Correct.
So the increased workload is not just more facilities, it is also how the department operates, correct?
As I noted in my testimony, it's a two-part process. Part of it being what I'll refer to as the self-infliction component of it.
So these costs are self-generated in part, not purely due to external demand, right?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit about staffing next. Average inspector and experience is less than 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Retention has been a significant issue for the enforcement area, correct?
Yes.
Salary structure has historically been non-competitive, correct?
Yes.
The department uses an outdated tempo system. Is that correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This line of questioning regarding staffing and structures, all of this again outside the scope of Mr. Anderson's testimony regarding compliance and enforcement.
It was addressed by Ms. Hollenberg.
I have, if we'd like to look, I can direct him to his testimony. I actually pulled these questions from his specific testimony. You have a testimony in front of you?
Yes, I do, and I can. It's in my testimony.
So. Okay. So going back to my previous question before the objection, so the department uses an outdated tempo system, correct?
Yes.
So this is in part a human resources and management issue, not just a funding issue, correct?
Can you restate the question?
This is in part a human resources and management issue, not just a funding issue, correct?
I'm not sure I agree with the nature of the question, because yes, there is a component that is human resources, but when you speak about the Tempo data system, you're talking about, we maintain Tempo through the air funds. So it is partially related to funding and the ability to be able to look at new systems that are more modern, more comprehensive.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the areas of backlog that were addressed in your testimony. The department relies on tolling agreements to manage workload, correct?
Please restate the question.
The department relies on tolling agreements to manage workload, correct?
Yeah. I believe you need to be more specific. Tolling agreements are just used in enforcement cases. So yes, we do use that to preserve the statute of limitations when the enforcement process, approaches that, where it draws out.
And that's to manage the workload.
In part, yes. In part, yes.
That results in extended timelines for enforcement cases, correct?
Yes.
Regulated entities have expressed frustration with those delays, according to your testimony. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yes.
So the system built around those tolling agreements is already failing before the proposed fee increases, with no guarantee that the additional revenue will fix those issues, correct?
Yes.
Let's move on to, let's return to staffing for a second. And I got a couple questions here. The department is proposing 27 additional FTEs, if I pulled that out of your testimony correctly?
Actually, for my bureau, it's a total of 46 spread across the 3 different units for the air quality section.
Okay, and those are added over a 5-year period, if I recall correctly?
Okay, be careful, gentlemen, not to speak on top of one another.
And those are added over a 5-year period?
Yes.
Roughly, correct? And those staff are not currently in place, correct?
No, they're not.
So the fee increases that are being proposed here are being collected before those benefits are realized, correct?
Can you restate the question again?
Sure. So the fee increases that are being proposed in this particular rulemaking are being collected before those benefits are going to be realized with the additional staffing, correct?
I don't think I'm the appropriate person to be answering that question, because I wasn't involved in the construction of the fee schedule.
Who would be the correct person?
I would believe the same two that you had spoken to last time, either Ms. Miano or Mr. Polgard.
Would anyone like to answer that question?
Sure, I can answer. Under the way that the department budget works, we need to ensure that we have enough revenue in place in our special revenue funds before we're able to create the new positions.
Is that on an annual basis or multi-year, or you get a period of 5 years to collect revenue? What's the length of time of that budget surplus that's needed?
It's not a surplus that's needed. We need to make sure that when we submit new positions to our finance team, that we have sufficient amount of budget in perpetuity for that position if we decide to hire that position in perpetuity. Sometimes we hire temporary folks to help us, but if we hire for a full-time employee, we have to make sure that not only our environment department has enough funds to hire that employee, but that it meets the state personnel office requirements for that employee, and then also the requirements of the department and finance administration for the funding for that employee. That's before we even get the green light to create the position and advertise it for recruitment.
So it's for So that money then sits there for a period of time. So you demonstrate you have the fiscal resources. Is there a time frame in which you have to then expend that money? Or can you carry it for 2 years, 5 years, and continue to have that money sitting there that you're saying you need to have in place in order to be able to advertise for the position?
I don't understand your question.
Let me break it up.
I'm sorry.
So you're saying your testimony is basically saying you need to have funding in place in order to be able to go out and seek a new employee, correct?
Correct.
And how long do you have for that money to sit there before it needs to be expended?
That question, I'm sorry, that question doesn't make sense to me.
So you have money that sits there to go out and hire someone, correct?
Correct.
And how long can that money sit in an account before it is spent on an employee?
There's not an amount of, if we increase our fees, we change the fee revenue in our regulations, and then the regulated entities pay those fees on a schedule. But I don't know if it's true what you're saying, but what is true is that no matter what our FTE makeup is, we have to make sure that we can fund that FTE number from year to year as part of the state budgeting cycle. So for example, if we go through the process to create a position and then we hire for that position, we have to make sure going forward that we have enough revenue to sustain that position, which is what we do when we put in our budget proposal through the state budgeting process.
So let me ask the question a little bit different ways so we can understand. You have a vacancy rate, correct, for the number of employees you're authorized based on the number of funding.
Correct.
You don't always hit that number, correct?
Correct.
And with the fee money that's going to be used to support these employees, if you have a vacancy number, what are you going to do with the fees that are unused for those vacant positions?
I still don't quite understand your question. I think if you are asking a question about our model and our calculations for our costs, my colleague Brian can speak to that. I think if you're asking about what happens to our SRF funds if we don't put them in the budget in order to have that money appropriated to us in House Bill 2?
Let's try to do this with a specific example. Mr. Anderson, what was the number of employees you plan to increase again? 46. So those 46 positions, if this rulemaking goes through, you're going to have funding now for 46 positions. Next year, if he only is able to fill 40 positions, what happens with the money that was set aside for those extra six positions?
It would stay in the special revenue fund that the regulated entity pays into depending on the permit. And so that would be true for that fiscal year. However, in the state budgeting process, as it starts all over again, that makes a decision point for the agency. If we have the 40 positions, we can, for the next fiscal year, say, well, then we can put more budget and ask for more budget in our contractual work because we weren't able to fill those 40 positions, but the business need is still there. Then we can help supplement the work needed from the 46 positions with contractor support until the time we're able to hire for those extra 6 positions.
So you shift in around the money. So if you budget and allocate for positions, that fee revenue, the department shifts to other purposes other than to the employees that is budgeted. Is that correct?
At what point, clarify if you could, what point in the budgeting cycle that would occur, because it depends.
Okay, so let's take for this upcoming year, he's saying 46, correct? He's only able to hire 40. Follow me on the math?
So, okay, so let's, in the
At the end of the
hypothetical,
fiscal year,
so let's use a hypothetical fiscal year. So let's say we are authorized in this latest House Bill 2 that was signed in 2026 for 40 new positions or 46 new positions. Okay. And then what happens is that we go and recruit for the 46 positions. I will add for the board, that's not what our model is proposing to do, because in our model, we are hiring the positions over 5 different fiscal years. And so this is purely a hypothetical. This is not something that we're going to go hire 40 positions in the next fiscal year. In the hypothetical, if we received authorized budget for 46 FTEs in our personnel and employee budget category, because it's important to understand that under House Bill 2, when we receive an appropriation, those, not only do we receive an appropriation from the special revenue funds, but we also receive an appropriation in different categories within the appropriation that we receive, which is the employee and benefit category, or which we refer to as the 200s category internally in the department. We have the category to fund contractors and consultants, which we know is the 300 category in the department. And then we have the other category, which accounts for vehicle purchases for inspections and other items. So if it's true that we receive an appropriation that authorizes us for 46 new positions in fiscal year 27, and we're only, so that money we would receive would go to the salary and benefits category only, right? So that's not, we can't use it for anything. It has to be for those specific employee, to fund those specific employee benefits and salaries. What happens if we don't fill those, we're able to fill 40 and there's 6 remaining in our special revenue fund 200s employees salary category, that will generally revert back to the special revenue funds, so that next year when we do state budgeting, we have to decide when we go back to prepare our budget proposal, we have to decide if we're going to move forward with putting those, we're going to fund the 40 that we hired for that next fiscal year. And then we have to decide if we're going to include those extra 6 for that next fiscal year. So we would budget again over the next fiscal year for 46 again, and then try to recruit and fill those final 6 positions. So this is the process when my colleague Brian discusses how our plan for the agency is to hire the air quality program full-time employees over time. That's the process that I just described that we're going to go through to be able to finally meet the numbers that we need.
Appreciate that explanation. So to summarize our explanation, if you have unfilled vacancies, then you will always have a surplus that is reverting back to that special fund, correct?
I can not, the one thing I would change about the premise of your question is that I can't account for previous administrations or future administrations about what they do or not decide to do with that surplus fund in the 200s, but I can tell you that from our team's budgeting perspective, those 200s will generally revert back so that we can prepare for next year's budget.
And correct, and you'll have a surplus, and so then at that juncture, is your intent as an NMAD, is it to then reduce the fees and come back before the board to reduce fees because you have you're going to start the collection of the fees now, and you're going to end up with a surplus. So if you end up with a surplus due to unfilled vacancies, are you going to come back and then reduce the amount of fees that are allocated to the staffing issue?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. The question calls for speculation.
Director Miano, if you can answer the question without speculating, go ahead. Otherwise, no.
Yeah, I think that question conflates the process that we're in, which is ensuring that the department has enough fees to cover the reasonable cost of its air quality program, and what will happen in the next administrations going forward that will be having new leadership and what they decide to choose as part of the budgeting process.
So, and I appreciate your response. So is it the one option for future administrations is to come back in and reduce the total amount of fees if you have unfilled vacancies, correct?
Objection. Same thing, calls for speculation.
Right. Do you have anything to add to your earlier answer?
I have no idea what future administrations are going to do, nor who will win the election.
If you find out, please let me know. I'll move on. Let's go back, Mr. Anderson. Actually, let me go back to that line of questioning because I think there's one important point that needs to be brought out, and that is, do you understand the difference between a tax and a fee? The significance?
Generally,
Objection.
Well,
Madam Hearing Officer, calls for a legal conclusion.
All right, Director, we know that you're not offering testimony as a lawyer. If you have an answer as a regulator, go ahead.
yes, I generally understand the difference, but the Environment Department doesn't collect taxes, so I'm more familiar with fees.
Are you familiar? You do get some amount of general fund, correct, as the department?
Which program are you talking about?
I don't know. I could go back and find, but there is. I think in one of the ones I saw, something like 12% of your total funds is from general fund, if I recall correctly. Is that something?
If you're talking about the entire department as a whole, because every program is funded differently, we do as an entire department receive both reoccurring general fund and then the one-time earmark general fund that we know as special appropriations.
So for the tax money you get out of the general fund, isn't it true that any kind of unfunded vacancies, unfilled vacancies, at the end of the fiscal year and you're unable to fill it, what the legislature comes in and does is they sweep all that money back into the general fund and reappropriate it the next fiscal year. Is that correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Relevance, what the department does isn't relevant for what's necessary for the air quality program for the purposes of this hearing.
Madam Hearing Officer, there's a big distinction. My point is, and we were getting there, is there's a difference in terms of how you fund a vacancy or fund a new position using tax dollars versus fee dollars. And that's what I'm trying. And my understanding is they're basically treating fees as tax dollars and funding these vacancies.
Right, and I think Director Miano was distinguishing between the program we're here to talk about this week and the fees just necessary to support that program versus other programs in the department. Do you have anything to add about general funds for the air quality permitting program?
For the air quality permitting program, all of our projections are based on the amount of fees that we have in our special revenue funds. So whereas the entire department does budgeting for other different programs that include both recurring general fund and special appropriation, those one-time general fund earmarks, for the air quality program, our projections are based on the special revenue fund because what we receive from the federal government and the general fund is so de minimis.
And so do you know why the special revenue fund is non-reverting?
Because it is a special revenue fund, which means that it has certain restrictions on the Department of Finance Administration, on the LFC oversight, so that we as a department have to account and make sure that, you know, all the dollars in those special revenue funds are used for the particular purposes that are the rules governing those special revenue funds.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going back to you, Mr. Anderson. Isn't it true, Mr. Anderson, the fee increases that are being proposed are intended to fund expanded program capacity in your area? Is that correct? The fee increases, the proposed fee increases are in part for your purposes intended to expand program capacity, correct?
Yes.
Including inspections, enforcement, monitoring, other internal improvements, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by monitoring?
Oh, just about inspections and enforcement. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. Other internal improvements. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
So the fees are designed to address overall program needs, not tied to specific services for the regulated entities, correct?
Will you state the question again?
So the fees then are designed to address overall program needs, and they're not tied to specific services for regulated entities, correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Relevance. This isn't the purpose of the statutory directive. If you need me to explain, I'll go further, but I just didn't want to go too far.
All right, Mr. Trujillo, do you understand the objection?
I do, and that question goes to the heart. One of the main themes of this case is a fee is supposed to be used to provide services legally for the program in which the fees are being assessed. So I'm just trying to understand, we got a bunch of overall program needs, and I'm trying to understand to make sure that the fee revenue is going to the one specific relative to the way the fees assessed.
All right, Ms. Sona?
Madam Hearing Officer, respectfully, I understand Council's point, but that wasn't the direct question that was asked.
Would you rephrase, Mr. Trujillo?
Sure. What are the fees going to cover in your particular department?
In my particular department?
What are they going to go to pay for?
I believe it was outlined in my testimony. It'll include enhancement of our inspections so that we can reduce our backlog over time. It's intended to allow us to meet our obligations under the we report certain types of data, compliance and enforcement data to EPA that is part of Title V. So I do fundamentally disagree. Part of Title V, for example, is to service the regulated community. So we are using some in part, specifically goes to servicing the regulated community, being the Title V facilities as an example. And there are cases where one facility may complain about another facility, and so we have to launch into an investigation. And so in those particular situations, one facility may not be neighborly to their other neighbor, and so we're using those fees in a way to respond to, as we would if a citizen were complaining, to provide that service to a neighboring facility, as an example. So I can think of any number of cases. Again, they are hypothetical in nature, except for the compliance reporting specifically. But I can think of any number of cases where, you know, they would be used for the regulated community as well.
Do you use any of that fee money to pay for overhead costs? Or are you planning, let me rephrase the question for you. Are you planning to use any of that fee money to pay for overhead costs?
Can you specify what you mean by overhead costs?
Do you prepare budgets for your particular, is it division or department, division?
Bureau.
Do you prepare a budget for your bureau?
I work with financial staff to help prepare the budget.
And provide input in that process? Yes.
Correct?
Do you have a line item or a category that is called overhead?
I think you need to understand the budgeting process. I think Ms. Miano went into greater detail about that. We have certain categories, and we have we have the 200, 300, 400 categories. The 300 and 400 categories have options in there, or line items in there for facilities, as an example. It's like for to the cost of vehicles to be able to conduct our work, as an example. So those are considered overhead, and that is legal, to help administer an air quality program.
Are you planning on the legality of, you assuming that that's legal?
No, I mean, Ms. Hollenberg's testimony yesterday addressed the fact that what EPA's guidance suggests is appropriate for use, and it includes the administration and overhead to properly administer a program.
So let's delve into the 300 and 400 categories then. You mentioned that facilities is one subcategory under the 300 or 400. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Software purchases, is that under the 300 or 400s?
Yes.
Equipment is under the 300 or 400s?
If it is related to the function that, for example, we have as Ms. Miano has testified, we have restrictions on what we can use certain things for. It's like, so for example, if water quality they needed software, I can't take my Title V money and give it to the water quality program. I can only use it for its intended purpose, which would be for air quality.
That's for Title V. How about for the other sources of fees? Can you transfer it around like that?
No.
And you don't?
No.
Okay. How about vehicles? Is that under the 300 or 400s?
Madam Hearing Officer, this level of detail, I believe, is missing from Mr. Anderson's testimony. The descriptions of the types of budget line items and different things. Really, Mr. Polgar goes into that, and Bureau Chief Hollenberg. This is really going deeper than what the scope of Mr. Anderson's testimony covers.
So, Mr. Anderson, I want you to feel very comfortable to say that really is a question for Ms. Hollenberg or Mr. Polgar.
I will answer to the best of my ability, which is 300 is contracting. So when my bureau was created in 2025, we were created with no contracting capability. We rely heavily upon the Air Quality Bureau for contracting support. Now in the 400s, we help with certain things, since we're drawing off the same special revenue fund that the Air Quality Bureau is. So for certain items, we will share costs associated with that. So it's like in those areas where there's costs for like building maintenance, as an example, that we would that some of that would be coming out of our special revenue fund for that. So that's to the extent that I can help answer your question.
All right, thank you for that answer. I believe yesterday you testified that it takes 277 man hours, or about 7 weeks, for NMAD to conduct an inspection. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what types of facilities take this long to inspect?
Pardon?
what type of facilities take this long to inspect?
With respect, it's going to vary based on the complexity of the facility. Those were general average numbers, to try to give you a flavor for what it is we do and how long it takes to do it. A Title V facility has many more requirements associated with it. So therefore, it's going to take much more time to prepare for the inspection, review the records, and prepare the post-inspection report, as an example. And it's like, if you were a much more simple aggregate facility example, the level of preparation for that may be somewhat less.
So now I'm confused. So is the 277 man hours an average, or is that on the high end of the spectrum you're dealing with?
I would say it's an average.
So then what kind of facility takes the longest then?
As I indicated, the most complex facilities. And it's going to depend upon the source type. It's like, a oil refinery, as an example, is a significantly more complex facility than an aggregate plant. And so therefore, it's like the amount of time spent in preparation, reviewing the permit, understanding all the applicable requirements, doing the records, the records request and review is a much more time involved process as compared to looking at an aggregate facility, which has much fewer, regulatory requirements associated with it.
So this question I'll ask on behalf of the oil and gas industry specifically. Isn't it correct there's only one oil refinery in the state of New Mexico?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And please understand, I'm just using that as an example.
Got you. But the 277, which you testified, is the average amount that you're basing all your projections on. I thought it was the extreme end of the length that would take to do something, but 277, what you're saying or testified to, correct, is that's the average. Okay. And isn't it true, again, I'm going to ask this from the oil and gas industry's perspective, isn't it true that the vast majority of the regulated facilities, particularly in the oil and gas industry, are tank farms that are not that complex? Isn't that correct?
That I can't speak to, but that would be more appropriate for somebody in the Air Quality Bureau.
So you don't have any idea of how long it takes to inspect these tank farms?
They are what we refer to mostly, if they're just tank batteries themselves, they're typically referred to as NOI facilities. NOI facilities, and I apologize for my voice giving out on me again. And so they don't receive the NOI facility. The potential to emit of an NOI facility may be insufficient for it to wind up on the CMS list, which prioritizes based on level of emissions, the Title V facilities and the SM80s. So it's quite possible that the tank batteries don't even show up on the priority inspection list, or, the normal source list that are the normal source types that we would be mandated to, inspect under CMS strategy.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to confirm.
Madam Hearing Officer, just to move along, and I think we may be able to wrap up pretty much with Mr. Anderson before lunch, but I have a couple of questions that I think I could probably ask a little easier than Mr. Trujillo that came up from the testimony yesterday.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Ms. Sonia.
for the record, just lodging an objection of sharing a witness among counsel. For this, that's not typically done.
All right. Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Mulligan.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say if there was a need, we could come back after lunch, but I think I can cover this pretty quickly. Mr. Anderson, during your testimony yesterday, you discussed stack testing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yeah. I have a few questions just about what the department's role is with regard to stack testing and what you do there. So there's a number of facilities that have to do stack testing, and I think you specifically mentioned engines, right?
Yes, I believe that was
engines.
Yeah, I believe that was the example that I provided in my exhibit.
Yeah, and would you agree that probably most of the facilities in New Mexico that have to do stack testing are for engines?
Yes.
Thank you. If I understand the process correctly, and tell me if I'm wrong, a permit holder or operator has to notify the department before it conducts its stack test. Right?
Yes.
And that's to give the department the opportunity to attend a stack test if they choose to do so, right?
Yes.
The department doesn't have to attend, correct?
It doesn't have to.
Once a stack test is done, it's the permit holder's or operator's obligation to submit the results to the department, correct?
Yes.
Do those come in electronically?
Yes, they do.
And do they now go to your bureau or do they go to the air quality bureau?
They go to my bureau.
Okay. And at that point, your bureau would review typically the stack test, or does your bureau just upload that to an EPA database? I believe you mentioned that tomorrow.
Yes,
yesterday.
It's an interesting question, and I think it speaks volumes to what I testified about, because we don't have sufficient personnel. Many times we just have to end up uploading it to the ISIS database because we just don't have the personnel to be able to review every stack test that comes in. And it's the same thing with stack test witnessing. When you send somebody out, you have to make a choice as to which facility you're going to send them out to and for what reason you're going to do it, because we just simply don't have the personnel to be able to fulfill all those functions.
Okay, thank you. You also talked yesterday, I believe, about the possibility that EPA could go so far as to withdraw the delegated authority to the department to administer the air quality programs. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
I know you haven't been with, or at least in your current position for too long, but are you aware of any communication or intention or other action by EPA threatening to withdraw the department's delegated authority to administer the air quality programs?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay.
However, if I may clarify, the alternative CMS plan that the compliance program is on is part of that state review framework. And that's the first step in this whole process, is because if it continues to grow, if the backlogs continue to grow and grow, we won't have the ability with the alternative CMS to extend the cycle between inspections, as an example, because the Air Quality Bureau, when when C&E was part of the Air Quality Bureau, they asked for an extension of the cycle between inspections. The normal recommended cycle under the CMS strategy is 2 years for Title V facilities and 5 years for SM80 facilities. And now they're 5 and 8 in some cases. And so you can't continue pushing this out much further. And it will become an issue. This is me speculating. So tell me to be quiet if
No, that's perfectly fine. Just to clarify that, the standard inspection frequency for a Title V facility is an inspection every 2 years?
Yes.
And that's an on-site inspection as opposed to, say, a desktop review?
Right.
Right. And if I understood you yesterday, I think you may have said that you had asked for that time to be extended from 2 years to 4 years?
I could look it up for you. It's in the
okay.
It's in one of the exhibits.
It's in one of the exhibits.
Yeah. It's like
and just
Madam Hearing Officer, I'd just like the record to reflect the nature of Mr. Anderson's question, or the nature of Mr. Anderson's answer to the question, because council interrupted him and did not let him finish and provide an answer. So.
All right, so gentlemen, once again, don't step on the end of each other's sentence. I see that on both sides. Mr. Anderson, if you weren't able to finish your earlier answer, go ahead, finish it.
No, I would refer to one of my exhibits where, yeah, that's the best I can do without taking unnecessary time to do it. You know, that frequency, the request of the change in frequency was made by, you know, the Air Quality Bureau. This was before I started, you know, it was before C&E moved out to this new bureau. And so, but they requested an extension of the frequency and for both Title V and SM80 facilities. And so what I'm trying to conjecture here is that process can't go on indefinitely. It's like, in terms of, you can't, you know, it's like there becomes a point where a program becomes, you know, for lack of a better way of describing it, functionally insolvent.
Fair enough. And again, and my apologies for stepping over you. I didn't mean to cut off your answer. Really, all I was seeking to do is, I recalled the testimony yesterday by 2 years extended to 4 years. And I think just now you mentioned 5 and 8. So I was just trying to clarify what those numbers are. If that's set forth in exhibit, then I don't think we need to do that further unless you have something more to say. No. Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have a follow-up question for Ms. Miata, but instead I think what we'll do is we'll wait to let him, I think we're done with Mr. Anderson. Now he doesn't have to stick around or whatever he's got to do. So I'll wait until we're in questioning and I'll come back to the question that I had for her. Other than that, we're done, I believe, with Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. So we're done with Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let's take a lunch break and come back. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sona.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I apologize for delaying lunch. I'd like to respectfully ask for reconsideration of one of your decisions a moment ago regarding allowing multiple counsel to question a single witness. There is a significant prejudice that occurs with that, and it rises to a level of harassment and intimidation for the witnesses, which is explicitly prohibited in cross-examination by the rules. It's also unheard of in the legal practice. You simply just don't share questions back and forth like this. So given that we're taking a lunch break, I respectfully ask for a reconsideration and instruction that moving forward with the witnesses remaining, counsel keep their questions.
All right, thank you. Part of the way I feel about that is driven by the fact of my enthusiastic support for panel examination when the petitioner is presenting a panel of witnesses. But let's take a lunch break and come back at 1:05, and then we'll resume questioning. Let's see. No. Vice Chair Sweden is running a little late. Let's come back from the lunch break when we broke. Let's see. I believe the industry parties had completed their examination of Mr. Anderson. Do we move now to Mr. Molenberg for Ms. Hollenberg?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer. That's where we are going next.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hollenberg. Good to see you here, and thank you for your testimony. You put a lot of material together for sure.
It's true.
To start with, I want to talk just a little bit about the transition from compliance and enforcement in the Air Quality Bureau to the 2 separate bureaus now, and make sure I have a good understanding of kind of the baseline for numbers of employees and so forth. So as I understand it, you're obviously the chief of the Air Quality Bureau, correct?
That's correct.
And with this transition, you no longer have oversight over the compliance and enforcement activities that are now overseen by Mr. Anderson.
I don't have oversight. We do collaborate quite a bit.
As individuals or
as bureau chiefs.
Yeah.
So permitting affects compliance and enforcement. Compliance and enforcement affects permitting. So there is collaboration going on, but he has oversight of his bureau. I have oversight of mine.
Yeah. And feel free to elaborate on this once. Generally, your bureau will continue to handle the permitting functions.
Permitting and operations, which includes monitoring and the planning.
When you say monitoring, are you talking about monitoring conducted by the Air Quality Bureau, or the distinction I would draw is monitoring that would be performed by permittees and then reported to the department?
So what we are talking about is the monitoring with the 20 monitoring stations spread throughout the state that our program is responsible for.
Okay. And is it fair to say that permittee reporting now will go to Mr. Anderson's bureau?
Permitting reporting?
Yeah, so let's say a monitoring report that would be required under a permit, and then the results would be reported to the department.
So they are reported to what's called AQBCR. It's the Air Quality Bureau Compliance Reporting System. All of us at the Air Quality Bureau still have access to that, although the primary users of it would be the Compliance Reporting Group. And what they do is they are able to pull the reports, and that is a big part of their job.
Okay, thanks. And the transition for compliance and enforcement, as I understand it, took place July 1st of last year.
The move administratively happened on July 1st. There was a lot of planning that went into that move prior.
Fair enough. And at that point, as I understand the testimony, the Air Quality Bureau had about 120 employees, including the compliance and enforcement staff, or the staff who did those functions.
I believe those numbers would be the number of authorized positions. Yes.
Authorized positions. Okay, I was going to ask that. And as I understand it, about 30 of those positions, and again, it sounds like that's authorized positions, were moved over to Mr. Anderson's bureau.
I don't know the exact number, but that sounds approximately right.
Okay, and that's fine, which would leave about 90 positions in the Air Quality Bureau, roughly 30 in the Compliance and Enforcement Bureau.
I can answer for the Air Quality Bureau. I oversee 90, but it's really 87 authorized positions,
okay,
plus my own position. So that's 88. And then we have 3 temporary positions.
Okay.
Currently.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. On page 3 of your testimony, you say about 92% of your bureau costs are funded by fees. Do you see where I'm at there?
Mm-hmm.
I assume that leaves 8%. Can you tell me what the source of the other 8% is?
Sure. So part of our operations team, our operations section, one of their responsibilities is to do grants management. So they apply for federal grants, which we typically get every year. They've also applied for a federal grant that is a non-recurring grant. And so most of that 8% comes from federal grants. A very, very small portion comes from general fund, but we can't always count on that because the legislature said your costs have to be covered by fees.
And thanks for that, because I was kind of under the understanding that maybe there was no general fund support at all, but it sounds like it's a small number. Can you estimate what that would be?
So this year it was somewhere around 100,000 for a budget of, I don't remember the exact number, but many millions of dollars, 20 some million. And so it's literally is a tiny fraction because the legislature understands that the real responsibility of funding our program
falls to the regulated entities.
So on page 3 of your testimony, you say that fees have not been updated for over 15 to 20 years. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
In that statement, though, you would acknowledge that the fees have been CPI adjusted over the last period of time, right?
Sure. So what that statement is referring to is the fact that we have not amended our fee rules for that long.
Right, right. And then I think later in your testimony, like on page 19 and 20, you talked about the CPI adjustments. I'll come back to that. We don't need to go there now, but so on page 5, I do want to spend a little bit of time on this point, and I'm going to go to, I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit, but you make a statement here on page 5 that all reasonable direct and indirect costs of implementing the air quality program must be sufficiently covered by fees collected into the air quality program special revenue funds from regulated entities. You're not offering that as a legal opinion, correct?
I am not.
That's just a statement of your view or interpretation as a layperson?
It is.
Objection. I have my reason, but I'll just make an objection. Sorry.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
I think you answered that right.
Just in case the court reporter did not, I think that the question needs to be asked again for the witness to answer. I believe we spoke over one another.
Oh,
David, did you get an answer on it? Okay, thank you.
We're fine.
So let me, while I'm on this topic, and I'm going to come back a little bit, but jump to page 14 of your testimony, and you do have that in front of you.
it takes me a while to get there, but I can get there.
Fair enough. Take as long as you need.
Okay.
So on page 14, under the heading 4, State Air Act Section 74-2-7B 6 and 7, you refer to NMAC Exhibit 7.
Mm-hmm.
And Exhibit 7 is the actual, it's a print of the actual statutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you say it authorizes the board to adopt fee schedules sufficient to cover the reasonable costs of, and then you have 3 items there. Would you agree with me that that is not a quote from the language of the statute?
It is a paraphrase.
It's a paraphrase. So that's your paraphrase.
Using a lot of the words from the statute.
Using the words from the statute and I believe perhaps from EPA guidance on Part 70.
On this part, it is literally from, I looked at the statute.
So you believe that this is, your testimony here is actually a quote from the statute?
I believe I said it was a paraphrase.
It's a paraphrase. Okay, fair enough. We'll leave it at that. Okay, I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. So on page 8 of your testimony, you say that once a facility with a construction permit is operated for 1 year at Title V levels, they must apply for a Title V permit. Is operation at a Title V level based on actual emissions or allowable emissions, or do you recall?
So it would be a calculation of their potential emission rate.
Okay.
So if they are operating at a level of a potential emission rate above at or above Title V levels, then they would have to apply for a permit.
Thank you for that. That's a good clarification. And on page 8, you also referenced non-attainment. Are there currently non-attainment areas in New Mexico that are administered by the Environment Department?
There are two. Both of them are in the Doña Ana County area. What I will say is that the Permian Basin, we've heard threats from EPA for several years that they need to be designated as non-attainment because we are exceeding the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for ozone. That actual official designation has not happened yet.
And that designation is made by the Environmental Protection Agency, not the Environment Department, correct?
Typically, at the beginning, the whole process would be that once EPA sets a standard, they get recommendations from the individual air agencies. And it's based on monitoring information. And so then we make a recommendation. Sometimes time passes and they haven't made a recommendation. They may come back, they may do their own modeling, they may do their own analysis and say, doesn't matter what your recommendation is, we're going to designate you as such and such. So yes, it is an EPA specific official designation. What we have to look at is, are we operating very close to those national ambient air quality standards? And if so, we have to do something about it. It's clearly stated in statute for ozone.
And the department has tried to do something about that. Isn't that fair to say?
We have.
And is the Part 50 rule, is that a significant part of the department's efforts there?
That is a significant part of our efforts. It is one of those rules that lays out a lot of different standards that phase in over time. So it's not like it became effective and all of a sudden every condition or every requirement became effective. It's happening over time. So that is something that we're hoping will actually reduce emissions. We'll be more sure of that when we have better monitoring, when we have more compliance and enforcement and that type of thing.
And you say that program is being phased in. Do you have a view as to whether industry is ahead or behind in terms of meeting the phase-in requirements?
Objection, relevance.
Would you repeat the question?
I was just asking if she had a view as to whether industry is essentially ahead of schedule or behind schedule on implementing the Part 50 ozone prevention standards. And again, it's just relevant to the discussion of attainment, non-attainment, and the potential for going into non-attainment is discussed by Ms. Holmberg.
And Madam Hearing Officer, I'd also add that with that clarification, I would object to asked and answered. She already answered what she knew.
All right. Ms. Holmberg, do you have anything to add there?
I know that some companies are working toward compliance. I do not have a handle on how many companies are in full compliance, how many companies might have done more, how many companies haven't quite done what they need to do. Again, part of that falls to compliance and enforcement, and we have not had the resources to fully understand where we are in that process.
Ms. Hollenberg, moving on to another topic, on the bottom of page 8 and the top of page 9, you make a statement regarding criteria pollutants sending New Mexicans to emergency rooms for various reasons, and you cite to a Department of Health source for that. And I'm not meaning to disagree with the premise that air quality issues have been linked to health effects, but does the reference you cite actually document particular incidents or report statistics on incidents such as emergency room visits?
I'm not part of coming up with that report, so I really can't answer that question.
Okay. So on page 16 and 17 of your testimony, you discuss a standard that allows for inclusion of both direct and indirect costs required to effectively implement the department's Title V operating permit and construction permit programs. You see that?
Mm-hmm. In the middle.
You then refer to some guidance on from EPA on Title V operating permits. Is that right?
Yes.
And that guidance is NMED Exhibit 18. Is that right?
That's correct.
So this guidance is specific to the Title V permit programs, correct?
That guidance is specific to Title V.
Right. So it does not limit or provide particular guidance to the Environment Department with regard to construction permit fees. Is that correct?
It is related in that EPA has expressed the idea that, you know, costs are costs. So if we are looking at costs in the Title V program, it would be absurd to think that we couldn't use those same costs in the minor source program. And again, the minor source program, we have very broad discretion as to how to set that up.
And I think you've talked about that earlier, that it's really up to the state to set up the fee program for construction permits, or the Part 75, excuse me, rules here, right?
That's correct.
So, and the fee provisions with respect to construction permits is addressed specifically in the Air Quality Control Act provisions that we talked about earlier, right?
Yes. Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion.
Ms. Hollenberg, if you have an answer as a regulator, go ahead.
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, I was just asking you. I mean, you've given a lot of testimony about your views of the statute, and we've talked about that a little bit. My question was just whether there is specific language that we discussed earlier in the Air Quality Control Act relating to assessment of fees for the construction permit program.
So that is in the, we have the Air Quality Control Act as Exhibit 7B.
Right.
And so the exact language is there.
Is there. And if you recall, I believe that's paragraph 6 covers the construction permit fees, correct?
6 covers the construction permit program and 7 covers Title V.
Okay, thank you. Aside from the guidance document that we talked about, Exhibit 18, there are some EPA rules with regard to Title V permit fees for state programs. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think they're actually cited in the guidance, so we don't need to go there any further.
Objection. Council is testifying.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mullenberg.
Thank you. So I mentioned earlier your testimony on pages 19 and 20 regarding CPI adjustments. With regard to the Title V permit program, the base fee amount in the rule is $20 per ton of allowable emissions, correct?
Where are we on page 19? Way up at the top.
Yeah.
So you are talking at this point about where I'm just listing the changes that happened in certain fee amendments.
Correct. It's the language. These amendments increase the fee for each pollutant in, I'll say part 71 from $10.25 per ton to $20 per ton.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a little more discussion about a temporary $2 provision, but this is probably on page 20 then, you give a current rate. I'm not seeing it in your testimony, but I know it's in here someplace. The current CPI adjustment rate is $40.59. Does that sound right?
For Title V?
For Title V, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. And then on page 20, you talk about the CPI adjustments in part 75 as it relates to the multiplier that's applied to points assessed. You see
that? Lines 11 and 12 and 13. Is that what you're looking at?
Well, yeah, I was actually thinking of the testimony with the rates in it, and perhaps, okay, I actually see where I'm intending to be now, and it's actually page 22, I believe, actually has the criteria pollutant current fee per ton for Title V facilities. Do you see that where it says $40.59? I'm going to move on. I think this is clear enough from your testimony.
Okay.
I was just going to call out some features where your testimony talks about the CPI adjustments. So, particularly to the oil and gas industry and GCP oil and gas registrations, you start talking about that on page 24. Let me give you a moment to turn to that page. So my understanding is that the department's current proposal is to increase the points assigned to GCP registration for oil and gas from 10 points to 30 points. Is that right?
That is correct. And that's because we did benchmark how much resource usage is relative resource usage for each type of application we receive.
And is that benchmarking study, is that in an exhibit?
It is.
Okay.
That would be exhibit 19.
And was that benchmarking, is that based on staff interviews or timesheets, or can you explain a little bit about the methodology for that?
That was done by talking to the permitting managers who have the best handle on how much time it takes on average to do each type of application. So we kind of went back to the experts that have an understanding of that.
Thank you. And that is that an effort? Is it fair to say that's an effort to align the proposed fees with the workload that the department devotes to particular types of applications or registrations in this sense?
So what that is, you know, because we can't say all of the different costs that go into a permitted facility or a GCP registered facility or an NOI facility. You know, we don't track, okay, this person worked on this NOI for this amount of time, and that person worked on this GCP for this amount of time. What we do is we consider, okay, we have to have some way to benchmark the relative effort. And that's going to include all of those indirect costs that go along with everything that we do. So the whole idea is that we have to charge for all of the costs, and yet at the same time, the only way that we can figure out the relative amounts is to benchmark using the permitting time processing. The fees actually cover much more than that.
The fees cover much more than that, and to sort of bring out what you mean by that, if you say took an hourly pay rate for staff and multiplied it by hours, that wouldn't reflect the amount of fees that you're charging, correct?
No, so if you're looking at an application review, we might have a permitter that looks at that application, they review it. There's more review that happens with the manager and then the section chief and so on. And there's help given from the admin team, for example, to do some data entry. There's some communications that go back and forth. There's the you know, the overhead, if you will, of having that position in a building with equipment, needing training, spending their time communicating with permittees. You have a lot of different, you know, we have to maintain the database. So all of those different costs have to be somehow factored in, but the only way that we have to do that is to benchmark by the amount of time that the actual applications typically take to review.
I guess maybe a better way to ask my question is, if you're trying to differentiate among categories of facilities, in this case, we've been talking about registrations for oil and gas GCPs compared to registrations for other GCPs not related to oil and gas. You're essentially saying it's taking 3 times as much time on average for oil and gas GCP registrations compared to the other category.
That is correct, due to the complexity of the oil and gas GCPs.
Right. And you're essentially trying to align the fees with the relative workload that the department spends on a particular category of permit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if you're looking, then the fees would be for an oil and gas GCP registration. You'd multiply 30 points by the multiplier, which is under the department's proposal, $585, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. While we're on GCP registrations, my understanding is that if a GCP permit holder needs to make a change in their facility, let's say they're swapping one engine for another, and they will still remain in the GCP, the rules require that the GCP permit holder notify the Environment Department of the change. Does that sound correct?
That's
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Mullenberg?
Well, the relevance is essentially whether under that process, the department interprets the fee schedule to require a new fee or a separate fee for such a notification.
Okay, well, go ahead.
So I believe that that is an administrative revision. The process that we have, all of that is required, and it is an administrative revision, which we do not charge fees for. So as long as it is a like kind replacement, that's the process that permitting uses.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was wanting to confirm. So that's very helpful. Do you know if that process would be more complicated for a permit holder of an individual construction permit as opposed to a GCP permit holder?
A lot would depend on the actual permit. So a lot of times there are conditions in the permit that talk about what happens with a like kind replacement. So I can't answer for all permits, but in general, we try to be consistent and have the like kind replacements be a process that is very easy. Again, there are parameters for what a like kind replacement really is. And so that some of the language may be different in some of those permits, but the general idea is that that is not something that the department makes money on because it doesn't require a whole lot of review. A little bit, but not a whole lot.
Is it fair to say that the department would assess a fee, but that it would be based on the point system, which reflects the complexity of the department's review?
No.
Okay. Moving to Title V permits and fees. So the Title V operating permit fee rule is based on the allowable emissions as specified in a permit, correct?
That is correct.
And it's not then tied to any particular workload analysis, benchmarking, anything of that sort, right?
It is tied to the emissions. Would you agree with me that the emission
that the allowable emission rates are not directly tied to the department workload for a particular facility?
Directly tied? No.
Okay. So on page 42 of your testimony, you discuss the reduced cap on emissions used in annual fee calculations from 6,000 tons to 3,000 tons per year, right?
I'm still getting to page 42.
Okay, take your time.
This is in the stakeholder engagement section.
It may be. You're talking about in response to concerns expressed by the mining association, you reduced the cap.
That's correct.
And just for comparison purposes, in 2024, I believe you proposed to remove that cap entirely.
That's correct.
And you say here that by lowering the cap, you believe that that will improve fee equity, and your benchmark for equity is whether a facility pays more or less than 5% of the total emissions fees collected in a year.
That is exactly what this says. And that was an analysis that was done by the control strategy staff as they were working on the fiscal analysis.
Okay. And I think there's an exhibit 22, that actually has a long list of facilities and an analysis of the annual fees, which I believe is limited to particulate matter.
It is limited to particulate.
Okay. So the numbers in here aren't the total fee. They're just that part of an annual fee that would be attributed to particulate matter.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Did the department consider other possible approaches to getting to fee equity as you've described it?
I cannot answer that question. That would be better directed to Mr. Polgar.
Okay. Okay. So with regard to particulate emissions, would you agree that there may be a distinction could be drawn between fugitive particulate emissions versus I'll say particulate emissions that are subject to some type of control device?
So I think you'd have to look at individual permits to determine what the allowable limit for particulate emissions would be. And let me say here, I am not a permitting expert.
Okay, fair enough. So on page 58, moving to a different topic, you talk about contractor activities, and there's a statement that the department hires contractors only when staff cannot meet the level of service required. Do you see that?
I do.
And that really is the primary factor that the department uses to decide whether or not to hire a contractor?
So the primary decision is, first of all, what do we need to have done? Once we know what we need to have done, do we have staff that can fill that particular capacity? Or are we soon to have staff that can fill that particular work requirement? If we don't, then we will look to contract.
So the priority would be to assign work to staff.
Whenever possible.
Right. And tell me if this is really a question for you or Mr. Polgar, but I note that the department's fee proposal is based on a presumed contractor expense of $8 million per year.
Which is actually kind of low, considering the needs that we have. So the reason that we kept that in there is because we understand that even because we projected using a more measured approach, not everything that we need right now, but we used a measured approach, and we understand that even if we meet all of those staffing levels and new position creations, we are still going to have a lot of work that needs to be done, especially considering the backlog that we have.
With your experience, has the department so far ever had $8 million in contractor expenses in a year for the air quality programs?
So this has been something that is relatively new. In my experience is fairly short. In my experience, it is something that we're finally getting to the place where we're getting direction. Do your full job. Do what it takes to do your full job. And so that's why we have started this contract spending, is because we know that we don't have the staff to do everything. So in the meantime, we are working towards getting that done through contract.
Is it fair to say, though, that your fee proposal is based on a 5-year staffing plan calling for substantial increases in staffing levels?
So again, one of the things that we did was, and if you read through my entire testimony and look at Exhibit 49, you will see just for the air quality program, we have determined that we would need 52 new staff to fully meet our obligations. What we put into the projections was a reduced amount, because what we're looking at is, what is possible. And we're looking back at our track record and saying, okay, we can hire about 8 or 9 per year and handle that change. Beyond that, we are planning to keep looking at our fees and saying, on a more regular basis, not waiting 20 years, but on a more regular basis, are we keeping up? Are we charging too much? Are we not charging enough? All of that, because of this situation, the situation we find ourselves in now, we understand now the importance of looking at these fees more often.
Would you agree with me that if the premise for contractor costs is to just use contractors when existing staff can't provide the necessary level of service, that as you increase staff to levels that achieve or get close to the level of service expected of the department, that contractor expenses ought to decline in a similar fashion?
Objection calls for speculation.
Ms. Hollenberger, if you can answer it without speculating, go ahead.
Our estimation of the needs is so great that we understand that it is highly likely. And again, is it speculation? Any of this that we're doing projections for could be viewed as speculation. We're estimating that in our best judgment, this is what we will need. We need 52 in the Air Quality Bureau itself. We plan on 35 for our projections. We're still going to need contract help. What that will look like, we're not sure. But we believe that that is the level that we will need at a minimum to move forward.
You talked just now about adding around 8 or 9 positions a year, and I think that's fairly consistent with the schedule that you presented. What are some of the issues and challenges that the department faces when bringing on new staff and to add to that, I'll say retaining existing staff, because I assume you're talking about an 8 or 9 position net increase per year.
Well, we would certainly hope for that. I could actually hope for more, thinking that we can fulfill all of our vacant positions now. But at the same time, you know, the process that we have to go through for hiring is very involved. We have very strict requirements for who can even be allowed to interview for a job. The process takes quite a while. In addition, we are competing with industry. We are competing with other agencies. And so one of the things that we are trying to do with our appropriate placement that the department put in place a couple of years ago, and with the new air protection specialist series, you know, all of that is to help us attract and retain the highest quality candidates that we can possibly get. One of the issues that we face sometimes regarding retention is that air quality is not an easy job. It is very complex. It is very demanding. And with all of the resource constraints that we have, our folks feel pretty overloaded and sometimes just completely overwhelmed. So part of our retention is we've got to make it such a good place to work that they want to stay. We get some people in that think they want to work for the government because they have some idea that government work is easy. They get into the Air Quality Bureau and they say, oh, I didn't know it would be this much work. And so they go someplace else that does require less work. So that is all part of the retention. We do our best to get the highest quality candidates. Sometimes resumes and interviews are misleading. So we do have vacancies. We have vacancies due to deaths. We have vacancies due to people going to graduate school, and we applaud that. We want people to develop professionally. So I'm probably rambling and I haven't answered your question, or maybe I've answered too much. So if you can let me know if I've answered.
That's fair enough. I know there are challenges and obviously that's a consideration here, but and I know you're doing things about those too. My last line of questioning is related to page 109 of your testimony and project velocity.
Mm-hmm.
So with regard to project velocity, you talk about, it says, provide an artificial intelligence platform to help simplify and make more accessible multimedia regulatory documents and information. Can you explain a little bit further what you mean by that? And I'm particularly interested in how AI and other technology might improve efficiency at the department and maybe reduce costs over time?
So the whole idea here is we have a very antiquated database. It is not easy to use, and you have to know a certain amount to be able to even find the documents that you want. It doesn't answer questions for us. So what we can do is we can ask some of our more technical people that have some coding experience to put in a query if we want to know something, and then it spits out a report and we have to do the analysis. What Project Velocity will help us do is in those types of situations, first of all, it reduces some paper. So we are looking to the whole department is actually looking to move away from paper. It's not efficient, it's not environmentally friendly, none of that. So the whole idea here is we are trying to get many of our documents into the system, digested into the system where an AI agent can answer questions that somebody as untechnically savvy as I am can actually ask a question and get answers. This can also help because we'll be able to look at another agency, another bureau, for example. Find out, do they have some violations there? Do we need to be working with that other bureau on, let's say, a compliance and enforcement or even a permit? So will it actually reduce our workload? That remains to be seen. What it will do is help us get a fuller picture of what's going on with particular facilities or a particular area, because it does have a mapping capability as well.
Is this project limited to internal department documents and databases, or are you talking about a project that would look outside to other sources of information and documents?
I'm not the best person to answer that question.
Okay.
I'm not sure any of us, maybe Ms. Miano could answer that more fully, but at this point anyway, it is focused internally.
Okay. And again, in the context of my question, which is the department making technology improvements such as the use of AI, I think you said it's too early to know whether it would result in more efficiencies for staff. I think that's what you said. Is that right?
It is too early to know for Project Velocity.
Okay. But that would be the objective over time. Is that fair to say, to use technology to make data searches, information searches, and those types of functions more efficient over time?
And also to provide us with additional information when we're making decisions on what an appropriate permit condition might be, for example. If we have more information at our fingertips than just what we can pull up by pulling an individual document and then pulling another individual document, that's going to make our permits better. It's going to make, it's going to give the information that our permit specialists need, or perhaps the compliance and enforcement folks need to make better decisions about what they need to put in a permit, what they need to look for on an inspection, that type of thing.
Thank you, Ms. Hollenberg. We've been at it about an hour, and I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Mullenberg. Ms. Saluha, do I understand you'll be examining Mr. Polgar?
Yes, that's correct.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's nice to meet you, and thank you for being here. I just want to clarify some of the scope of your testimony, just so we're on the same page moving forward. Do you have your testimony and exhibits in front of you?
I do, yes.
On page 2 of your testimony, you state that fees must be set at levels sufficient to cover the reasonable direct and indirect costs of the department's air quality program. For this testimony, you seem to defer to Ms. Hollenberg's testimony. Is that correct?
So you're talking about the bottom of page 2.
Yes, line 18. That helps.
Yes, that's exactly correct. The testimony does point to Cindy Hollenberg's testimony. Yes.
And on the next page, page 3, line 14, you go on to say that the department is requesting that the board set fees at levels sufficient to cover the reasonable direct and indirect costs of administering the air quality program in accordance with federal and state law.
Did you say page 3, line 14?
Yes.
That is not what I see. Line 14, starting on the end of line 13, demonstrate that the proposed fees are sufficient to cover projected costs of the necessary expansion of the air quality program to fulfill its mission. I don't see anything about what you were saying.
I see that. You're right. Well, moving on, just one line down, line 16 on page 3. You state that the fiscal analysis laid out in my testimony is supported by the testimony of Air Quality Bureau Chief Cindy Hollenberg and Environmental Protection, Compliance and Enforcement Bureau Chief Brett Anderson. Is that correct?
That is correct,
okay.
Yes.
Moving back up the page, page 3, line 2, you state that the air quality program relies almost exclusively on fees collected under the 2 rules.
That is correct, yes.
Almost exclusively indicates that there are other sources of funding, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what those other sources
are? Objection. Repetition. Ms. Hollenberg testified about this already.
I'm sorry. So, Mr. Polgar, I'm sorry, repeat your question.
I was just wanting to know what the additional funds that the air quality program relies on.
Okay. But, go ahead and answer.
Well, I was going to say roughly what council said, which is that Bureau Chief Hollenberg just testified to that the Bureau does receive some federal funds specifically for ambient air monitoring. And so that's what the almost exclusively is meant to refer to.
As well as the general fund, correct?
I mean, Bureau Chief Hollenberg did speak to the $100,000, I believe it was, out of, I don't remember the exact figure, but millions of dollars in costs that do come from the general fund, yes.
Thank you. Your testimony focuses on projected costs and projected revenues from fees, correct?
Projected costs to determine the fees and then the projected revenues that the fees will generate, yes.
And you base your projections, at least in part, on the testimony of Ms. Hollenberg and Mr. Anderson regarding their views on the needs for expansion of the air quality program. Is that right?
So my testimony focuses on the projected costs and the revenues. It's more, I think, as we all just saw, it's more of a fiscal analysis. It's a lot in the numbers. What you're referencing is meant to suggest that Bureau Chief Hollenberg and Bureau Chief Anderson really lay out, as the Bureau Chiefs, they really lay out the justification for the costs. So my testimony does really focus on the numbers, yes.
Thank you. On page 3, You say that your testimony and exhibits are based on New Mexico's state fiscal year. Are all the dates in your testimony in reference to the fiscal year and not the calendar year?
That's a pretty broad statement. I can safely say that the majority of the dates would be with the fiscal year. I'm sure there's places where I reference calendar years. I know specifically trying to get across the idea that our annual billing occurs in the early part of the calendar year. I probably have said that in the testimony. But the fiscal stuff is based on the fiscal year.
On page 6, you refer to the provisions for hazardous air pollutants or HAPs. Do I understand your testimony that the department has not collected any fees based on the HAP provisions for 12 years?
Yes, that is correct.
And do any of your projections assume any future fee revenue based on the HAP provisions in the rules?
They do not, because the department does not expect to collect any fees under HAPs. So hazardous air pollutants are a specific subset of VOC. And VOC is covered under the emission fees for Title V. So that HAP, I call it a carve out. We've called it a carve out in our work. It's a specific carve out for HAP fees because the allowable emissions for a particular HAP would be lower likely than the 100 ton per year threshold. They are still considered major source under the rules. And so if in that scenario, if we had to collect fees under that, we would want to be collecting them roughly equal to the rest of the Title V program. So, it might be that we have 10 tons of one particular HAP, like toluene or something. I don't know them off the top of my head, but so to get to the same amount of revenue, if you only have 10 tons that you can charge for, you need to charge for a higher fee. So that's why that's in there. We don't expect any operations to fall under that scenario. That's why we didn't include, a specific HAP separate projection, because nobody's billed under it, and we don't expect that to happen in the future.
I want to ask you some questions on your Exhibit 68, and for the benefit of people online and the board, I'm going to also share it. Okay. On page 8 of your testimony, you refer to this exhibit, Exhibit 68, as showing data from audited NMAC financial statements for the last several years. For the Title V fund, is it correct that the net change, where the numbers are in red, indicate years when fee revenue exceeded expenses and costs charged from the fund?
Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. For the Title V fund, is it correct that the net change, where you see the numbers in red, indicate years when fee revenue exceeded expenses and costs charged from the fund?
So, yes. So, and for clarity here, I think, because the board probably has the paper version that I do, the paper version just shows them in parentheses. It doesn't necessarily show it in red also. It is, so the net change that is showing in the bottom row for Title V, which is the top group, that net change is basically, make sure I say this right. It's costs minus, no, it's revenues minus costs. So if the revenues are less than the costs, when you subtract the revenue by the cost, you'll end up with a negative number. And that's meant to reflect that a fund balance will, in this particular case, that a fund balance would decrease because there would not be the same amount of revenue going into the fund as the costs that were charged to that fund. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
For fiscal year 17, for example, there was a net change of a negative amount of over $3 million, correct?
That is correct. My testimony, there's a footnote in my testimony about this year. Yes.
I was going to ask you that. Was that due to the legislature sweeping funds from the Title V fund?
So yes, that's exactly what the footnote says. In that year, and let me preface all this by saying that I've only been with the department for a little bit over 5 years, so I wasn't here when this happened. But the legislature did sweep funds from both accounts in that year. And so in these audits, it does show up as that large negative net change. Yes.
And your testimony shows that this was returned in fiscal year 21, which shows a positive net change of over $4 million. Is that right?
So, excuse me. So for the Title V fund, that is correct. And I believe Secretary Kenny maybe had something to do with this. This would have been right when I started, but with assistance from EPA, we were able to get the legislature to return the swept Title V funds. That's why the Title V number in that year is over 4 million. If you look down to the construction fund, you'll see that it's not as large because we could not get EPA's, they wouldn't touch the construction fund portion of it. And so therefore the legislature would not return that money. That is my understanding. And it's, I don't think it's fully hearsay, but because I'm pretty sure on most of that, but I don't know many more details than that.
No, thank you. Similarly for the construction permit fund, we show a net increase in the fund balance for every year from fiscal year 2012 to fiscal year 24, with the two exceptions of FY14 and FY17. Is that right?
For up and through fiscal year 2024 in the construction fund, that's correct, yes.
And was the FY17 negative net change a result of the legislative sweep?
Yes, they did also sweep funds from the construction fund that year. Yes.
Are you aware of any changes to the fund structure that would prevent future legislative sweeps?
I don't.
Objection. This is outside the scope of his testimony.
Well, it's, I think, potentially relevant, but I think you were about to say that you are not aware.
I was really going to say I'm not aware, and I'm really not. I tend to agree that is a little bit outside of the specific area of my testimony. I don't know if Ms. Miano knows anything more about maybe what happened at the department level or the legislative level.
Thank you. I don't know what happened over that time, but what I do know is that what would prevent the legislature from doing it again, which is why they returned it, is the restrictions on how the funds can be used under the rules of the fund.
Thank you. I'm going to return to your written testimony on the top of page 10. You refer to a figure for administrative compliance costs. Were those costs recovered from persons as a result of a settlement or other resolution of compliance action?
So because I have a history in compliance and enforcement, I can talk a little bit about this. That number, so is this, I think that number is the fiscal year 2025 number. if you look at the full audit that the Office of the State Auditor does, which I wouldn't encourage you to do, but if you wanted to, you would find in there, it's not called administrative compliance costs within that document, but they do, those fees, those funds were from administrative compliance costs, which have been a part of settlement negotiations that the department has been doing for the past couple of years. That actual number comes from our department financial staff, who, as I was having discussions with them and getting assistance, they were able to tell me that is the amount from administrative compliance costs. And so, and then let's see, sorry, I'm reading as I'm going here. So it does, my testimony does state it's designated as, quote, other revenue, unquote, in the OSA reports. So that would be in the fiscal year 2025 report. So yes.
Do you know if the 544,000 will be used for purposes unrelated to the air quality program?
Objection. Outside the scope, relevance,
To repeat the question, please.
and speculation.
I wanted to know whether Mr. Polgar knew whether the 544,000 will be used for purposes unrelated to the air quality program.
Oh, all right. Mr. Polgar, if you can answer, great. Don't speculate.
I'll speak to a little bit of it, and then Director Miano might add something. I don't think I can personally guarantee, that might happen, but the funds are set up such that that wouldn't happen. Those fees or those costs, I'm going to call them ACCs because I think the board is somewhat familiar with ACCs. Those funds are deposited into the construction fund, into SRF 63-100, and they stay there. And so because that fund is only used for construction fund costs, then the simple answer is, I don't remember which way you phrased the question, but the answer is no, ACCs would not be spent. Air quality ACCs would not be spent for any purposes other than air.
And I'll also add that in addition to what my colleague said, there is a very common misconception in industry that when we collect fees from a compliance and enforcement case, and this is true for a lot of other folks that I talk to in my work, there's the misconception that when there is a penalty amount that's recovered by the Environment Department for violations of the Air Quality Control Act, that those penalties go back into the two special revenue funds in order to fund the department. And I can't tell you how many times that I've said this to folks in my work. Those penalty amounts, they go back to the general fund of the state of New Mexico. So that goes back into the general fund that also receives the severance taxes and the oil and gas royalties and state investment income as invested by the state of New Mexico. All of the penalties we recover go back into that general fund account. For costs that are recovered from air quality program compliance and enforcement cases, as my colleague said, those monies go back into supporting the air quality program specifically, because as we have seen over time, as we are trying to dig into the backlog and as we're trying to ensure that we're protecting the air for New Mexicans and holding oil and gas folks accountable in these kinds of ways, or really any regulated entity, that we will make sure that we're able to ensure that we have enough resources in those air accounts to pay for all of the staff time it takes to resolve some of these really big and complex cases. It's especially important given the underfunding right now, as my colleague Brett Anderson discussed about our compliance and enforcement lack of funding.
So I want to be clear that the 544,000 from the administrative compliance costs, is that designated to go back into the general fund, or is that specifically for air permits? For the air
Objection.
permit fund. It wasn't clear to me. I'm sorry.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Again, relevance, we're not doing an audit of what the program's fiscal year 25 funds are or are not being used for. We're here for future projections to set fees.
Okay, Director Miano addressed the question of where these costs go in the funds. Her answer was sufficiently lengthy, though I was kind of lost in the middle of it as well. Do you have an answer to that specific question?
So it depends what the audit says, right? So as you look at our OSA audits, you'll see that they will mark where, if it's true, it's an other revenue. What we have is an entire department that collects the costs of compliance in different programs. So I don't know from this particular program where all of the particular monies went, because it doesn't reference all of the different costs of compliance for the entire department. I can tell you that any air quality program costs of compliance are put in to the air special revenue funds.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Officer, I see we're at the hour-and-a-half mark. I'm at a spot where I can pause, or I can keep going, whatever.
No, that's fine. Thank you for identifying that. Let's come back at 2:40. Okay. We're recording in triplicate, I think. Let's see, Ms. Saluja.
Thank you. I wanted to transition to talk about fiscal year 25, which is on pages 11 and 12 of your testimony. For reference, I've also brought up the two tables on page 12 of your testimony, just so we can see.
Okay.
Have a reference. Fiscal year 25 was an important year for your projections, particularly because you state it shows increased costs associated with both construction permit and Title V funds, correct? Permit and Title V funds.
Correct. Fiscal year 2025 compared to fiscal year 2024, there are increased costs in fiscal year 2025. Yes.
And it's shown it on table 2 on page 12 of your testimony. For the Title V fund, the ending fiscal year fund balance in 2025 was approximately $7 million, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And this also shows a fund balance change of a deficit of approximately $900,000, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And also on page 12 of your testimony and shown here on table 3, the construction permit fund has a starting fund balance of about $18 million, but a deficit of about $1 million for fiscal year 25, correct?
Correct.
Revenue from both funds is collected on an annual or calendar year basis versus a fiscal year basis, correct?
So revenues, so the collection is ongoing, especially in the, well, let me rephrase. So in the construction program and fund, the revenue collection is ongoing because there are application fees that are assessed as applications come in. Annual fees, so for the Title V program admission fees, those are collected in the early part, well, the first half of a calendar year. I think the date's June 1st by rule of when the when they have to pay. And I think we just sent those invoices out. I think we have to send them out by April 1st. Construction annual fees go out earlier in the calendar year, but I think so the revenues kind of come in when they come in, but they are tracked and accounted for on a fiscal year basis. So when they're running these analyses, when the state's doing its yearly stuff, it does it July 1 to June 30th.
Do you know what the Title V fund balance for the calendar year in 2025 is?
Objection, relevance. That's not a measure.
So how does this relate to the proposed rule?
I was trying to understand the difference between the fiscal year and calendar year and trying to understand what the balances are for calendar versus fiscal year.
Okay. So if you need to generalize your answer, that's fine. But and if you can answer, that's fine.
Well, I can't answer. The fund balance is not, I mean, I can't answer that. The fund balance is generally calculated based on the fiscal year. So I really can't tell you what the calendar year fund balance. What I will point out is that they're both 12-month periods. So we're just moving around a year. A fiscal year is a 12-month period and a calendar year is a 12-month period. So
that's okay. And if you can't answer, I was just curious. So thank you.
Yep.
I'm going to return back to NMAC Exhibit 68. Would you agree with me that if we look at the revenue trends for construction permit fees based on the revenue lines, it shows a steady increase in revenues from an initial amount in FY12 of about 2.3 million to over 12.5 million in FY25.
So there is definitely a general increase in the revenues line through time. Yes.
And for FY25 specifically, can you explain the adjustment in revenue for motor vehicle registration fees tracked in the construction fund for the first time in FY25?
So I can explain some of that, and there's a footnote in my testimony about this particular topic. So the motor vehicle registration fees, and this is spelled out in the OSA audit too. They talk about this, and Department of Financial staff, as I interacted with them for this analysis, they confirmed this, that there were motor vehicle registration fees that were put into 63-100, the construction fund. And I don't want to quote my financial contacts exactly, but they basically told me that that is not air quality program money. You will never be able to spend it. And so that's why it is removed and adjusted out of this fund balance, so that as we were doing this analysis, we would only be looking at the revenues and the monies from the rule that we're talking about today. Those fees are not air quality fees at all, those motor vehicle registration fees.
Was that an error to add in the motor vehicle registration?
Into on the fund balance?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's an error. I don't know if you know more about this because we're getting outside of our quality bureau now.
Yes, so the New Mexico Environment Department, also separate and apart from the air quality program, has what's called the New Motor Vehicle Emissions Program. And under the law, we are required to place the fees into 63-100. So we've created a separate sub account in order to mark those fees revenue, and then expenses from that are paid not for air quality purposes. And then we also have a marker for motor vehicle emissions fees that are paid for air quality purposes. So it's in the same fund. It's a sub account set up in the state of New Mexico that we track separately because the fee revenue going into that account is obtained separately.
That makes sense. Thank you so much. Mr. Polgar, I want to turn now to where your projected data came from. On page 14, you state that the projected data is not part of the state's formal budgeting process. I'll let you go.
I can certainly, I'm more than happy to believe that that's on page 14, and I stated that in my oral also. Yes.
And it's not a plan for how the department intends to spend or track costs and expenditures. And it should only be used to determine an appropriate and sufficient fee structure, right?
So can you just provide me the line numbers? We're still on page 14, right?
Yes, lines 16 through 17.
Correct. So you're correct. That's a good summary of that sentence. And this is in my oral when I said that this is not a budget nor a formal spending plan. That's exactly what I was referencing. The projections, which are future year projections, which are different than the state's budgeting process, were fundamental and required for us to do this kind of analysis so that we could be able to show the board that the proposal we have will fund the air quality program, which is the main reason we're here.
I'm going to jump ahead to page 21 of your testimony. And starting around line 5, you generally state that the Title V fund estimates, to estimate the Title V funds, the department used the tons of pollutants spilled in 2024, excess emissions in 2024, and allowable particulate matter on Title V permits at the end of 2024. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
And then this number was multiplied by the department's proposed Title V fee amount. Is that right?
So yeah, yes, that number, which is 109,916 for the fiscal years 2027 through 2030, when we'll have our new fees, hopefully, that number is multiplied times that year's per ton fee after any CPI adjustment, which would be for the fiscal year 28 to 30. That gets you to a dollar amount that's the projected revenue. Yes.
Thank you. And additionally, for Title V funds, the revenue projections include unchanging allowable emissions for permits. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And turning to the construction permit estimates. For construction permit fund estimates, the department generally averaged the annual activity through 2021 through 2024, and also assumed a steady amount of modeling reviews. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you went to the next page. Can you just repeat that question to make sure I'm...
Yeah, of course. For construction permit fund estimates, the department generally averaged the annual activity from 2021 through 2024, and also assumed a steady amount of modeling reviews. Is that right?
So for the modeling, it definitely, I can say it was steady for those years. The other numbers where we were determining the facility counts, so the notice of intent facility counts and the construction permit facility counts, as well as the application activity within that program, we did use averages. It changes sometimes based on, and I think it's spelled out here, but it is usually a 3 or a 4 year period to average out that activity to come up with those numbers for the application activities. For the facility counts, that was based on I hate to do this, late calendar year 2025, when we were doing this analysis. The facility count numbers are based on the actual counts at that point and then rounded up, primarily because of the increasing facility counts over the years. We felt an average would lower that number too much and therefore lower the revenue projection. And so we felt it was better to use the last year.
I'm going to jump again to page 26 of your testimony. The revenue projections for construction permits include unchanging application activity and active facility counts in the construction permit program. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And finally, also on page 26, you state that considering all the unknowns around future emissions, application activity, and facility counts, the department opted to use steady numbers for future revenue projections. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
So if the department is assuming steady emissions, steady application activity, and steady facility counts for purposes of projecting revenue, can you identify what factors specifically are driving the increase to overall program costs?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. So in the department's projections, if the department is assuming steady emissions, steady application activity, and steady facility counts for purposes of projecting the revenue, can you identify what factors are driving the increase to overall program costs?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This is beyond the scope of Mr. Polgar's testimony. He's been very clear that he's been doing the math, and all of that information is in Mr. Anderson and Ms. Hollenberg's testimony.
That's my memory, Ms. Huluhan, that was in Ms. Hollenberg's testimony about the necessary staffing over the next 4 or 5.
And so as the department's projection and analyst, was that information given to you to project the future revenue?
Objection asked and answered before our break.
Oh, so I don't remember that particular question being asked and answered. I'm sorry if you did. How was the information given to you? How's the analysis? Sorry, I can't even ask the question myself. The analysis presumably was based on some projections of increasing staff. How did that information come to you?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess the information came to me from the program. It came to me from the bureau chiefs. I think we're treading into stuff that is not in my testimony again, because we're kind of leaning into those justifications. I guess I'll use an example of the 81 new positions that are included in this proposal. Again, remembering that 9 are already filled, but I basically received that mapped out plan to create those positions. And then I worked with the department financial staff who took those numbers, those positions, and essentially applied a cost projection to them, and they gave that back to me.
Thank you. I want to switch now to Exhibit 71.
Okay.
And I first just want to ask you some questions about the Title V fund, which is the first page of this exhibit. For the Title V program, expenditures jumped from just over 4.9 million in FY25 to 7.4 million in FY26, which is at about a $2.5 million increase, right?
Well, so this exhibit only covers fiscal year 2026. The projected cost is, just under 7.5 million. So that is our projected cost for the current fiscal year 2026.
Thank you. And I want to make sure I'm referencing the right exhibit while I ask you this question. So give me 1 second. Okay, thank you. There's a lot of numbers. So I'd like to compare the AQ, C, and E expenditures for FY26 of about 2.1 million for Title V, which, if we scroll down, is compared to 2.5 million for construction. How were these expenditures determined?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, how were the expenditures for the Title V and construction permit program for FY26 determined?
So the cost projections. Well, I thought I heard you say something about the AQB and the
Yes, for
AQC
and E, yes.
So I guess overall it was done. Wouldn't really matter whether we were talking about the AQ C&E or which is the air quality C&E staffing and costs that are in Bureau Chief Anderson's bureau, or if we were talking about the Air Quality Bureau, it's projected costs. So the previous years, I think I went through this, but it's the previous year's previous fiscal year's total projected costs plus each new fiscal year's projected costs, which includes the new costs associated with the creation of new positions, the projected contract spending, and the other spending for that year. There's really no significant difference between how it was done for AQB versus AQC&E. The AQC&E costs are shown separately, really just for informational purposes, but for the purposes of the fund, it makes no difference because the fund has to pay for all the air costs. So each of these tables could be half. We didn't have to break it out by AQ, C&E, and AQB. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Finally, on the last page of Exhibit 71, the year-end fund balances show a big drop in FY26, assuming that all of the projected expenditures are made. We're currently about 3/4 of the way through FY26, right?
Objection, compound question.
You haven't asked your question yet, right?
Oh, I did. I actually asked, are we currently 3/4 of the way through FY26?
Okay.
We are. Fiscal year 2026 will end June 30th. Yep.
Do you know if the department is on track to expend most or all of the $7.4 million in the current fiscal year?
Objection, relevance.
So, Ms. Sluha, I remember that someone testified to the effect that the fees, because this rule wouldn't at the very earliest take effect before June, that the fees in question wouldn't cover expenses in this fiscal year. So then what is the relevance of your question to this ruling?
I can move on.
Okay.
Okay, I just have one other area that I want to ask you about. and it's about your business as usual scenario, which is Exhibit 77.
Okay.
And I'm going to go to the last chart that shows both funds. This shows the projections for FY26 through FY30. And this is what the fund balances are projected to be if the fees do not increase as proposed today, right?
Yes and no. I mean, this is a hypothetical scenario here. This is the same. Look, the graph is the graph that I had up earlier when I was giving my oral sum. So this does project what will happen or what would happen potentially if the fees are not increased based on the current projected cost and then projected revenues based on the current fees. But I think I laid this out in the oral that this can't happen. That blue line there cannot go below zero. It really can't even get close to zero. And so well before that, the department would have to make significant cuts to avoid fund exhaustion.
I want to ask you about the $8 million projected in contract spending. You mentioned in your testimony that air quality program contract spending is projected at $8 million per year due to the increasing needs of the air quality program. You also retain that $8 million projection in the business as usual scenario, right?
Objection, compound question.
Just answer the second one.
So this scenario does project its line. Sorry, it would be line row 68 on the screen there. It does this particular scenario does project 8 million in contract spending through each year. But of course, as I just stated, fiscal year 2030 would never look like this. Fiscal year, in all honesty, next year probably wouldn't look like this based on the cuts we would have to make if we don't get the fees. So this is really just intended to lay that picture of how the current situation we are in and how even our current costs are not supported by the revenues that we have right now. But again, I can't drive that home enough. We would never be allowed certainly to go below zero. And I don't know where that limit is, but we would definitely be facing pretty significant pressure from DFA next year. So
you testified that in FY25, actual contract spending was about $2.8 million, right?
that's in my written testimony, I think, yeah.
I'm wondering why you didn't carry over the approximately $3 million of actual contract spending in the business as usual scenario.
It's a great question. So actually in fiscal year 2025, and if I misspeak, please correct me, but the department was budgeting to spend more in contracts, and partly because of the issues we're here today discussing, there were quite a few limits put on what the department was allowed to do with contract spending in fiscal year 2025. So that number would have been higher, but for the financial struggles that we have here now. And so again, in this projection, we could have lowered it a little bit. It really wouldn't change the overall message of this projection, which is that our current costs are well above our current revenues. And moving forward, when we're properly funded, as the bureau chiefs next to me stated, we do anticipate to be able to spend a lot more and use a lot more resources to protect the air.
Thank you. I only have one more question for you, and I think it was from Bureau Chief Hollenberg deferring to you for this question. It was regarding the proposed 3,000 ton cap based on overall allowable emissions for Title V facilities. That helps orient you. And The question is, did the department consider whether a flat cap on overall annual fees for a Title V facility also might result in fee equity?
So a flat, I mean, the 3,000 ton cap is a flat cap. So I'll say that. As far as fee equity, I think that this particular cap is, just to make sure we're all saying the same thing when we talk about fee equity. This is intended to ensure ultimately that no single facility is paying. We ended up at about 5%. So the actual intention here was to make sure that no single facility paid more than 5% of the total projected revenue going into the Title V fund. It was in part based on comments that we received the last time around effects on individual operators that have higher limits. And so that is, I think, I don't want to speak for Bureau Chief Hollenberg, but that's when we talk about keeping it equitable and fairly distributed across the fund. That's what we're talking about. That's what fee equity was for us. But I do think 3,000. I mean, you can correct me if I'm not understanding, but I think that a flat 3,000 ton cap has the same effect. That is a flat cap.
One follow-up question for you. How did the department come up with the 5%?
So you mean to not have any single facility paying more than 5% of that revenue?
Yes.
So, I mean, I think really that was just that we didn't want to go too low on that 3,000 ton cap, because if one thing that's really important to remember is that we're looking for an overall projected revenue number. So the way that would work, and I would have to get into my files and my spreadsheets, but presumably if we started to go too low, we would have to raise the fee, because if you go too low on that cap, that's going to reduce your overall revenue, which can't happen. We have to adequately fund the program. So we try to find a balance of that with not having to go too high with the fee itself, if that makes sense.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Saluha. Mr. Mullenberger, we're back to you for questions of Ms. Miano.
Madam Hearing Officer, we're going to return to Mr. Trujillo for Ms.
Correct.
Miano.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer,
Yes.
given kind of the barriers, if you will, I can't think of the right word, we said at the beginning for cross, can you share approximately how much time is remaining for cross on Director Miano?
About 40 minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Miano.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Miano, I'm going to ask you some questions about the budgeting process. I know, if I'm correct in how this thing transpired, you're pinch hitting essentially for the secretary. Is that correct?
Correct.
So my questions I originally developed were based off of what I thought the secretary would be familiar with. So if I ask you anything that's outside of your knowledge, just let me know and I can either make representations to you or move on to other questions as we go along.
Okay.
So my first question for you, Ms. Miano, is what is the total number of employees that you're looking to increase the program by using this proposed fee increases?
I think we already covered that. Are you talking about the Air Quality Bureau or the?
All of it. I'm talking, is there a rough number? I think I counted
think
like
it's around-
86 or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's a little, I think it's around 80.
About 80. Of those 80 employees, how many are term employees and how many are perm employees?
We didn't provide that. We didn't add that to the analysis. We just assumed that all would be perpetual.
So you didn't add it because it would be perpetual, meaning that you, and what do you mean by perpetual?
Sorry, perm. Can you explain what you mean by perm and term?
I should ask you, are you familiar with the phrases term and perm, or permanent and term employees in the budgeting process?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. And would you agree with me that, and again, if I go outside your scope of knowledge, let me know, but my understanding is a term employees must be approved every year, while perm employees must be approved by the legislature. Perm employees do not. So I go back to my question, out of the 80, how many term employees do you plan on creating out of the 80, and how many perm or permanent employees do you intend to create out of the 80?
Sorry, now I understand. Thank you. That's going to have to be determined by the administration. This is our proposal that we would bring up to the secretary, but ultimately, as discussed in the state budgeting process, that's going to have to be determined by GFA through their executive recommendation, and then LFC by the LFC recommendation that goes through House Bill 2 in that process.
So are you saying that the department has no role on deciding which of the 80 employees are perm versus perm employees?
What I'm saying is that is irrelevant for the analysis that we conducted for purposes of this rulemaking.
That raises an interesting question then. So as you are projecting forward, are you contemplating as a department seeking legislative appropriations?
Objection.
To support these programs? To support these programs?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer calls for speculation.
And Director, please don't speculate.
What I'd say is that I cannot speculate as to what the department's future budget proposal that it submits to the executive and the legislature will say at the end of the day. But what I can say is that this is the proposal that we put together for purposes of what the reasonable cost would be to fund our air quality program.
But don't at some point you have to make a decision as to whether you're going to fund these new positions using general fund money or fee money? Isn't that really the fundamental question we're here today dealing with?
No.
We're not?
No.
Why not?
Because for the air quality program, we are only really looking at the fee money because we receive a de minimis amount from general fund and the federal grants that we receive. So in our model, we only looked at the special revenue funds, which would only be fee funds.
But isn't it possible that you could basically pay for all of these increases through general fund appropriations, correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. We typically agree that what if, is it possible? There are speculative questions.
Yeah, anything is possible. Perhaps, Director, you could ask the question of whether it would ever be likely that general funds would fund these positions.
I've stopped predicting the likelihood of what we get from the legislature or not, or from the executive. It's just we make the best. In our proposal, we put forward what we think, and then everything else is up to the legislature and the executive and the House Bill 2 state budgeting process. We can say what we think, but at the end of the day, we receive the appropriations from House Bill 2 in order to fund our program. We have an election coming up, so it's going to be very hard for me to anticipate what's going to happen in the next session.
So wouldn't it make sense then to put a sunset on this fee proposal and see what happens in a year from now after the election occurs?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer, outside the scope of the director's testimony.
She's the one that raised it, Madam Hearing Officer.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Sona. Director, if you have an answer, that's fine. If you don't, that's okay too.
I would say it is very unlikely that we would get any general fund in this program because of our special revenue fund structure. I would also say that, you know, if the next administration wants to seek general fund for this program, they can. But even if they don't, because we don't know what the outcome of the election is going to be, whoever is elected will have the funds that they need based on what we're hoping is an approval by the board for our special revenue funds for whatever direction it's in the future. And so the legislature and the executive can make those decisions in the political sphere as part of House Bill 2. But at least we know in the air quality program, if our proposal is approved, that the board has done its job to make sure that it fulfills the need for the cost to be in the special revenue funds.
So if I want to come back to, I believe you said that it is very unlikely, or it is unlikely that you would get general fund appropriation. You recall just saying that?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because we have historically received so little general fund in the program in the past, it would be odd to suddenly receive a large amount of general funds that corresponds to all the demands that we're facing as a program. It just hasn't happened. We have not seen that happen in the past several years. So that's what informs my statement that it was unlikely.
Before I continue down that question, let me ask you this. Is there any legal restrictions that you're aware of that prevent you from requesting the department from requesting general fund dollars?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer, calls for a legal conclusion unless the witness testifies in her capacity as a regulator.
Yeah, Director, I don't know if you have an answer based on your testimony to that question, or whether perhaps the earlier testimony about the fees supposedly supporting the program answers that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know of any mechanism that would prevent it other than our current legal structure in the Air Quality Control Act and the federal law that requires the cost of the program to be paid by the regulated entities. So as a public policy matter, if it was true that the department and the executive and the legislature all agreed that there could be general fund dollars appropriated to ensure additional costs by the air quality program are met, it would still be true that the Environmental Improvement Board has to ensure that the fees going into those two special revenue funds cover the reasonable costs of the program.
Let me see if I understand you, because I don't want to mischaracterize, because you raise a key issue. So are you saying that the programs require them to be funded through fee money, period, and you can't use general funds?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This line of questioning is diving into what is fully briefed legal issues that the department has put into the record, and it's really not appropriate to try and elicit legal conclusions from a witness as a matter of fact. Now, if the questions have to do with how the department went about making its determinations to provide information to the board, that's relevant, or if the board has its own questions about how the department perceives this, then those would be more appropriate. But we're diving into a realm here that's inappropriate questioning for the witness on legal matters.
So I do remember that the testimony, which was presented as testimony alternatively from the secretary or from you, addressed the matter of how you understood the law to require fees to support the program. I mean, I remember
That's
that
what I'm
very
trying to.
clearly. So knowing that we've already heard all of that,
I guess my question is, so does the law require the fees to pay for 100% of the program?
oh, all right. If you have an understanding as to whether the percentage is 100%, you can answer it. Otherwise, no.
The rules, or sorry, the law requires that the air quality program have enough in its bank accounts, in its special revenue funds, to fund the reasonable cost of running our program. Separate from that, we can receive monies. We receive federal grant monies, a little bit of that. We also receive, like we had been discussing, a little bit of general fund money. So there's nothing precluding the legislature from appropriating more money into our special revenue funds if they wanted to from a general fund perspective. But no matter what happens in our two special revenue funds, we have to make sure that those funds can cover the reasonable cost of the air quality program.
So then, to make sure I understand correctly, so then, yes, you're saying that you have to have in those two special funds 100% of the cost of the program is covered through the fees. Is that correct?
I don't think that's what I said. We have to make sure that the fees that we have received under our regulations cover the reasonable cost of what the air quality program needs to run a successful program.
I think she's given you the best answer she can, Mr. Trujillo.
Still confused, but I'll see if I can clarify it here in a different way. I believe your testimony earlier was you said it was unlikely the department would give money based on your past experience. Has the department in the past requested general fund money from the legislature?
As the entire department?
Yeah, has the department requested money increases from the general fund in the past?
Yes.
Objection.
Sorry.
Yes. She answered, but relevance, we're here to talk about the air quality program.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tie it back, Mr. Trujillo.
Absolutely. I'll be happy to tie it back. Has the department ever sought general fund money in the past for the air quality program?
Yes.
And how much was that?
I recall it being about $700,000.
And when was that?
I don't remember. It was before calendar year 2023, or maybe right before I started. Maybe it was fiscal year. It was sometime in the past. Last 5 years.
How about in 2024, was a request made for the air quality program to fund from general fund source?
I don't think we put that in our budget proposal because we had not been successful in receiving the general fund money in our first request, and we understood that the board, that we hadn't raised fees in so long that it would be prudent to make sure that we have enough in our air quality program special revenue funds before going to the legislature.
So in 25, did you make a request to for the general fund money for the air quality program?
I think we did request a general fund one-time earmark to set up the compliance and enforcement division, but that was only a one-time earmark to get all of the compliance and enforcement divisions stood up, not just the air quality program. I don't know off the top of my head how much of that was used specifically for the air quality program. My recollection is that we used most of that funding for other general funded compliance and enforcement division programs, and that we did ask for an appropriation for the air quality compliance and enforcement staff from the special revenue funds.
And in 26, 27, did you put in a request for this current fiscal year for general funds?
We did not for the air quality program because we knew we were going to be petitioning the board to increase our fee revenue accounts. There may have been some other requests in other programs, but it would not have been for air. Mostly, I think it was for the water program.
So the answer is no. There was no request for 26.
No, not that I recall.
And it's because of this historical understanding of you that it's unlikely. Is that why you didn't include it?
Objection. Asked and answered repeatedly.
Yeah, I think she has given you already her best answers here.
I was making sure. So that's just been a continual answer all the way through for every fiscal year.
And Madam Hearing Officer, that's harassing witness.
Yeah. So what she said was they did not make a general fund ask. They knew they were coming to the board with this request.
As a part of deciding whether to come forward with fees, wouldn't you agree with me that one of the considerations is you look to see if you either can raise enough money through fees or supplement that or complement it with general fund sources? Isn't that correct? Those are two competing factors.
No.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. We repeatedly addressed this, asking the questions in different ways to elicit different testimony from the witness is just not helpful. She's answered to the best of her ability.
I think you probably have reached the helpful end here. And she just said no, but I think you've reached the end.
Okay. As a part of the budgeting process, you look at the general revenue forecast for the state as a whole when you put together your budget?
For the entire department or for the air quality program?
For the entire state. Are you situationally aware of what the state budget is? And
we're situationally aware. And then for our general funded programs, we reference a lot of different benchmarks and understanding what our program priorities are before we introduce our budget proposal. For the air quality program specifically, we do not. No, because we don't have a general fund revenue sources, and those a lot of the numbers that the state uses for purposes of those projections are used to determine how much general fund is going to go to certain programs based on 1,000 different factors, the oil and gas industry, severance, to taxes, investment income, the state of the markets, all those kinds of things. For the air quality program, because we have our special revenue fund and not a lot of general fund monies, it doesn't influence as much what we ask for.
Do you have any knowledge of whether the state is looking at a surplus for this upcoming fiscal year in new money due to the current price of oil?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Relevance given the answer that was just provided. It's irrelevant.
I'm not sure how that beyond the answer she's already given is relevant to this proceeding.
The amount of general fund revenue that's available for new money for upcoming fiscal years is not relevant to this proceeding?
Because she's already testified as to how the fees are supposed to be supporting the program, not the general fund, and the minimum amount of general fund they've even historically gotten.
But did she say there was nothing prohibiting them from being able to seek general fund money? Isn't that,
Madam
I thought she testified in that, right?
Right.
That was,
hold on, Ms. Sona.
Madam Hearing Officer, there was a lot of testimony that Ms. Miano provided, and cherry picking a single word to provide relevance to a question that in the scheme of what we're here to talk about, it's not relevant. General funds are not a part of the consideration here. They're irrelevant to this board's consideration. While his client may be interested in forcing testimony from a leadership representative under oath, it's not relevant to what this board has to decide in the realm of fees sufficient to cover the reasonable costs of the program. It's a very narrow question.
Thank you, Ms. Sana. Would you move on, Mr. Trujillo, please?
Sure. Let me check a couple things, Madam Hearing Officer. I did have one question from before that I had referenced to, so we can make this quick here. Are you familiar with what overhead costs are applicable in their quality program?
All direct and indirect costs needed to run the air quality program and administer the air quality program.
And what percentage of the air quality program, if you have any idea, is the indirect amount?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This is beyond the scope of Director Miano's testimony.
I thought that Mr. Anderson or Mr. Polgar was directing that question to the director. Was I wrong about that?
That's why I came back to it.
Yeah. And I, again, I'm not sure if this is something you can answer sitting here right now, but if you have an answer, my memory is one of the gentlemen deferred that question to you.
Yeah, and I don't recall how we defined overhead. Had we defined it? Is it the 200s, 300s,
400, 400, I believe, is in testimony. Sorry, I'm going to speak a little.
It would be the cost of the program minus the 200s then. So and the contractual situation, I'm not really sure how to answer, because we have funding for financial staff that's funded from our air quality program in our fund. And then we also have our air quality specific attorneys that are funded for our compliance cases. And so I'm not sure if you're counting them as overhead or not.
I'm just trying to figure it out, so I don't have a predetermined.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question and simply trying to find out what overhead is included. Or let me ask the question this way. I'm trying to make it simpler. What is the source of the definition of direct cost, I believe is what you called it?
Yeah.
Versus what's the definition of indirect cost would be my follow-up, but
that's a good clarification. So I would be saying that in reference to the record in the EPA guidance.
Can you explain what you mean by the record in the EPA guidance?
The record of EIB 25-77R has an exhibit in it that is EPA guidance.
Gotcha. Just so I understand, it's the EPA guidance is what you're referencing when you talk about indirect. So in that one, I think I know which document you're talking about, but that's where you're understanding it. Exhibit 18, I think, does that sound familiar? Do you want to pull it up and look real quick? So
it's 18. Thank
18.
you.
Okay. And is there any unique restrictions to funding indirect costs as referenced in Exhibit 18?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This is outside the scope of Director Miano's testimony.
Yeah, I don't remember that it was within the scope of your testimony. And I don't even remember at this point, although I could find it, when we admitted Exhibit 18.
I believe it's in my colleague Cindy Hollenberg's testimony. Generally speaking, if it's to benefit the operations of the air quality program, it is paid for by the air special revenue funds.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trujillo. Ms. Let's see. Nope, I'm not going to go to you yet, Ms. Sona. Let's see. Mr. Weatherby. Can you hear me? Is he on the platform, Tom? Yes. Mr. Weatherby, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I couldn't unmute.
Oh, alrighty. Do you have questions of the department panel?
I do, Madam Hearing Officer. I wasn't expecting to go at this moment, but if you give me a minute, I'll pull my questions together here.
Madam Hearing Officer, while Mr. Weatherby gathers his questions, I was wondering if it would be possible for him to be on camera for our witnesses to be able to engage with the questions that are being asked rather than just hearing them in a void.
Mr. Weatherby, are you comfortable turning on your camera?
I would be, but the camera on this computer does not work.
All right, thank you. Whenever you're ready with your questions.
Okay. And Madam Hearing Officer, if I may ask, I believe, should I direct questions to each of the panel based, or I'm assuming I can ask each one of them?
Yes, you can direct your questions to a particular person, ideally based on the scope of their testimony, so that questions directed at the Bureau Chief, Ms. Hollenberg, should relate to the testimony she gave, for example. Only if we kind of get to a point where someone else has something helpful to say in response to a question, they might offer that.
Okay, the first question I wanted to line of questions has to do with some of the slides that Mr. Polgar had presented, and I don't know. I'm operating off of the slide. I know that these documents exist in exhibits, but the slides that we used on the screen earlier on page 12. I don't know if Mr. Polgar can bring that up to look at.
Well, I can also respond that all of those figures are in the testimony. So presumably Mr. Weatherby has the testimony.
Well, I do. Because it was a document that was most recently referred to. That's why I was trying to question that. And on page 12 of the document that had been used earlier, there is a construction fund 5-year cost and revenue projection. and there's a graph. And at the bottom of the graph, there are a list of fiscal years with total cost projections, revenue from fees, and year-end balance fund balance. Are you familiar with that document?
Absolutely. And as stated, that this figure is also in, is it 77? It's in one of the exhibits. That's all I was saying.
Okay, so you can tell me what page you want to go to. I've told you which one I would like to work off of. Either one works for me as long as I know that we're talking about the same thing.
So I thought you said page 12.
I'm sorry, I apologize, page 13.
The construction fund. Okay.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me, I was talking about page 12. Title 5 fund projection.
Okay.
So at the bottom on that page, we see the year-end fund balance. And in years fiscal 26 through fiscal 29, there seems to be a relatively steady increase in the fund balance. Is that what this represents?
So there's definitely an increase in the projected year-end fund balance for fiscal year 2026 through 2029. I would not call it steady, as the each year, if you look at it, it's a less of an increase over the previous year. So that's not steady. That's a decreasing increase in the fund balance each year, I guess.
I would agree with you. That's a great way of putting it, actually. So the reason I'm asking this is, am I correct in believing that this represents the fund balance based upon the rule being approved and the rates being established as anticipated by the department?
So the table and the associated graph is it's definitely based on the board approving 20.2.71, the emission fee rule. It's also important to note that it's also based on all of the projected costs and revenues that are in the analysis.
Understood. I understand that to be the case. So if we look at fiscal year 29 and then fiscal year 30, we see, while it was I forget how you described it, but it was increasing, but not as much up to that point. And now we see that year-end fund balance take about a $300,000 plus reduction. Is that correct?
Around $350,000, as I shared in my oral testimony, between fiscal year 2029 to fiscal year 30. Correct.
Oh, okay. And can you explain to me why, what seems to be driving that the number goes down each year after that, from the high point of well, actually the high point was fiscal 29, but why there is in fiscal year 30, we start to see the fund go in the opposite direction again.
Correct.
What do you think is the reason it's going in the opposite direction?
So the only reason that projection goes down is that in fiscal year 2030, the projected costs actually exceed the projected revenues in the Title V fund by that small amount that I mentioned in my oral summary, $350,000. So that's why, because in that particular year, the projected costs are a little bit higher than the projected revenues.
Were you able to, or did you look at years beyond fiscal year 30?
That's two questions.
Okay. Did you look beyond fiscal year 30? My apologies. I'm a little new at this as well.
No, the testimony covers fiscal years 2026 to 2030.
Okay. And was there a reason that you stopped at fiscal year 30?
So I think the primary reason is just the further out you go, the greater the uncertainty becomes, and the less useful this kind of projection would become if you looked too far out.
Would it also be a reason for there needing to be another adjustment in the rates?
That might be speculation, Mr. Weatherby. We'll see
Okay.
if there's an answer aside from a speculative answer.
Well, that's a great point, Madam Hearing Officer. I was going to ask a clarifying question, but I do think either way it would be a speculative answer.
So do you think that the current rate, the rate set or the rulemaking that's presented right now is a solution that has a finite point of where the fund balance starts to go in the negative again?
I think I need you to clarify that question.
Well, it seems like this, Madam Hearing Officer, if I might just for a minute try to provide a foundation. Maybe I'm making this more confusing, but the reason I'm asking this question is this matter is before the EIB now because the department indicates they've got problems with keeping up with the cost of actually completing their mission for the Air Quality Bureau. And it seems like there's an attempt to address that, but when I look at fiscal year 30, it seems to be headed back to the same kind of problem down the road that the state finds itself in now. So it's not meant to be critical. It's meant to find out if this is going to be a process that needs to be repeated. And if it does need to be repeated, is there a way that the EIB can address it so it doesn't have to be see the same type of events occur that have put us in the problem that's there now?
Madam Hearing.
Ms. Sona, it sounds as though, Mr. Weatherby, you're again inviting speculation about what circumstances the programs are going to find themselves in 5 years down the road. And, certainly the Bureau can come back to the board. The Bureau is in front of the board a couple times a year for various reasons. But it really sounds as though you're asking the department to kind of look into a crystal ball here. And they're just not going to be able to do that.
Well,
Madam
I understand that, Madam
also
Hearing.
For the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Sona?
Thank you. Sorry, it's hard with not being able to see Mr. Weatherby. For the record, I'd just like to object to Mr. Weatherby's summary. Counsel doesn't testify, and I understand he's not counsel, but he has the opportunity to file testimony in this case. This is the purpose of this session, is to ask questions, and we set the foundation through testimony of the witnesses, not members of the public's own perspective.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sona. My understanding of what Mr. Weatherby was saying was trying to provide context for his questions of Mr. Polgar. Do you have other questions, Mr. Weatherby?
Yes, and I'll try not to go further on this particular point other than to ask this last question about it. There is a drop in the fund balance that's projected into the future by Mr. Polgar that from fiscal 29 to fiscal year 30, there will be a projection of less money in the fund. What is I should ask it this way, is the reason because the fees won't be sufficient? Is that how you reach that conclusion, or were there other factors?
So I think I kind of answered this earlier, that the fiscal year 2030 situation is based just on the projected cost and revenues in that year. And I think I'll just say during my oral summary, I felt that I addressed this issue of, we're well aware that in that particular fiscal year, our projected costs do slightly, they are slightly higher than our projected revenues. Absolutely no to the part of the question about, do I think that therefore this proposal is not sufficient? No, I feel like I made that very clear between the uncertainty 5 years out, as well as, and this, I guess, kind of goes to what Mr. Weatherby was asking earlier, but we will monitor the actual costs and revenues moving forward. And, you know, fiscal year 2030 is 4+ years away at this point. And so we would have plenty of notice and run up in the next couple of years by watching the actual numbers to see if this was going to turn into a real issue.
Okay, Madam Hearing Officer, I do have a question for Mr. Anderson. And during your testimony, Mr. Anderson, you made reference to relative to, excuse me, the enforcement of cases. You said that your team basically was barely trending water. And can you explain what you meant by that?
Mr. Weatherby. Okay. Mr. Weatherby. Yes, that was the phrase that I used, and it's based on the totality of the statistics that I presented. It's like when you look at the, when you look at the growth in the number of sources that we have, that we do have to inspect, combined with the volume of work that was represented in our statistics that we presented for the compliance reporting unit in terms of the number of stack testing notifications we were receiving. And so I used the engine's data as an example, as a surrogate, because you don't know what, the reason why you have a volume of increase of stack test, notifications. So we went to the numbers from the number of units that were subject to these engines requirements to give us an indication of what, as a surrogate, an indication of what the growth in it is. And so, I tried to avoid saying, for example, that it was all due to oil and gas, because it may not be true, as an example. So we tried to be fair and look at it from a perspective of the source type, being the type of combustion unit that was subject to those requirements. And as you can see, when you look at that in its totality, you see that, if we don't increase the personnel to be able to, like in the case of compliance reporting, to be able to process effectively those stack test notifications, we become little more than just a administrative unit, because we're not living up to the core functions of CMS. And like, for example, CMS says we should be observing some of these stack tests. It's not, it is an option, but CMS does say that we should be doing that. And we really do not have the personnel to do it right now. So that's why in the reference to Ms. Hollenberg's testimony about the use of contractors, we have to rely upon the use of contractors to be able to fulfill that function. And then we have to use our own internal personnel for uploading that, for reviewing those reports and uploading them to the EPA ISO system. And so we are in a point where I think in the next couple of years we're probably going to be going under for a third time, for lack of a better way of describing it.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Madam Hearing Officer, I have just a couple more questions, I believe, from Ms.
Thank you.
Hollenberg. And Ms. Hollenberg, you were talking about, this is picking up a little bit on what Mr. Anderson just spoke of relative to contractors and employees. Can you explain how the department determines the percentage of contractors versus employees in staffing, in projecting your staffing?
I don't think we use a percentage. We look at the work that is in front of us. We decide what staff we have available and what we still need and contract that out. In some cases, we have contractors because they have a special expertise that we do not have in-house, such as the photochemical modeling. But we don't base it on an actual percentage. It is simply what is it that we need to get done and what can't we do with internal staff.
And understanding that, do you, in making that determination, if it's not because of, well, let me ask you this way. Are contractors used sometimes simply because there aren't staff available and it wasn't, a position wasn't filled? Is one question.
So on occasion, yes, it's because we don't have the full staffing. We're actually at a fairly low vacancy rate now, and we still need the contractor help.
And is the need because there aren't sufficient numbers that are authorized in that situation?
It's both. So we don't have we don't have sufficient numbers of authorized personnel, which is why we are coming back and saying we need this many more positions. That's in the testimony. That's how we did our projections. But then you add to it, if an authorized position isn't filled, of course, we don't have that person available or that resource available to get the task done.
Do you have, I think I heard the number of 80 and I may have, and that may have been overall for the entire increase in the number of personnel projected over the next few years. If a position that you've created isn't filled, how much knowledge do you have ahead of time that you're not going to be able to fill it? I'm trying to figure out, you've got, you know what you need to get the job done. And then there seems to be, it's always good to plan for a contingency. That I would assume would be the contractor, based upon either you don't have the staff person or they have an expertise that a staff person doesn't have and a state employee doesn't have. So how much planning goes into making sure you have enough people to accomplish that mission that you're trying to fund through this rate increase?
Objection.
Fee
Hearing
increase.
officer. A multiple compound question, relevance and repetition. We've discussed this topic at length between at least 3 different witnesses already.
Okay, so Ms. Hollenberg, if you have anything to add on the question of, as I understand this, the essence of Mr. Weatherby's question, the timeline of hiring.
So that often is variable. We try to fill positions as quickly as we can. We try to advertise as soon as we know that there will be an opening. It often depends on the the number and the quality of the candidates that we get. I have actually had a couple of positions where I get a list of people that applied and none of them qualify. And so then we have to go back through the process again. So it is a very time consuming and fraught with challenges process.
And I can add to that if Mr. Weatherby, this is Michelle Piano.
Thank you.
In addition to that, we also have made a bunch of upgrades recently to assist with our hiring process. So one of the events that we have put in place, which is pretty cool that I volunteered at myself, is our rapid hire event, where we will take our block of vacancies and put them together with our human resources team and interview for several positions all at the same time. And so one of the benefits that we had as a state was when the federal government was going through all of its layoffs, there were so many federal workers out of work and frankly really scared about their paychecks. So our human resources team put together a rapid hiring event last fall, and we were able to hire so many people just at that event, and people can interview for different positions too and see if they connect with the panel. And so that has been very successful for us. And then one of the other upgrades that we're making is we have determined over time, the past couple years particularly, that we get many more qualified applicants when we list positions in Albuquerque. And so we have seen our Santa Fe and other staff located in different places around the state really requesting those Albuquerque positions, the universities there, you know, Sandia Labs, that sort of thing. So we are moving into this year a new Albuquerque space to accommodate a lot of the demands that we're hearing from applicants about where they want to live and work. And that place, 9 times out of 10, is Albuquerque. So we anticipate that making a difference as well.
Thank you, Director. This is irrelevant, but I believe the wonderful Luis came to us through one of those events.
That's so exciting. I didn't know that, Luis.
Yeah.
Could I add a little bit to,
yes,
because what I understood from the question tells me that there's a misconception. So just because we have a vacancy doesn't mean that we automatically go to a contractor. What we do is we look at the overall work that needs to be done and look at what resources we have to cover it. So, you know, if we have a vacancy, you know, for example, we have a vacancy right now in our planning section, let's say. That doesn't mean that we're automatically contracting that work out. We're getting people to cover temporarily until we can fill that position. So there's that misconception I just wanted to clear up.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hollenberg. Mr. Weatherby, we do our best to take a break every 90 minutes.
Sure.
Could we take a break in your questioning, come back at 4:15?
Yes.
All right.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Short break, but we're I think probably less than an hour from having to vacate. So let's proceed. Mr. Weatherby, do you have additional questions of the department panel?
I do. I have one question for Ms. Miano and a couple for Ms. Hollenberg. So, Ms. Miano, just understanding the importance of this, if is there a game plan if this didn't succeed, if this rule making did not go ahead or it was not what you're planning?
Yes.
Okay, and can you explain what that plan would be? What would be the alternative to doing this?
Well, I think as we've been discussing in the hearing, the budgeting process for future fiscal years would look very different. We would have to make some very hard decisions in our air quality program about what activities we can do and can't do at an even lower amount than what we already do now, because the work doesn't go away if we're not successful in this fee hearing. And so we're going to have to start prioritizing more what we can and can't do as our work continues to increase.
Okay, and I said one question, but a quick follow-up. I assume then you mean that it's probably going to be harder to do your job and there'll be less of an opportunity to meet the mission of the department. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to thank you and your colleagues for the work you're doing on this. I did have a couple of questions for Ms. Hollenberg. And if you, on your testimony, I'm going to just pull up the document. And in your written testimony on page, I believe it begins on page 99, you make reference to 200 hours that the department participated in Project Velocity's tasks. And it further on page 109, and I'll give you a chance to catch up with me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it mentions that in the second paragraph, I think it is, it's the first full paragraph, but this, it says AQB personnel have spent approximately 200 hours on Project Velocity already and continue to test drive the system as it's being developed to ensure accuracy and completeness. What do you mean by test drive?
So as with any new technology, we have to try it out before we roll it out. And so that's part of it. And, you know, one of the things we have is, you know, the project wants to be useful. And so what we're doing is we're having some people ask questions and see if we get appropriate responses.
Okay, and is that what's been the majority of the use of those 200 hours?
No, the majority of the 200 hours was to put in metadata. So anytime you have documents, you want to have the metadata that says what this is, you know, what the information in that document is, so that the AI agent can learn how to pull that information from similar documents without us having to go through every single document and say, this is what's in this document.
So I understand the need to modernize, or I guess that would, that's almost an antique word itself, but moving forward, the importance of such an effort. But there's also an existing mission that the department has. So how much did participation in so far in Project Velocity without a rate increase yet or a fee increase? how much of that has interfered with the routine mission of AQB?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Relevance. That has nothing to do with the fee increase, and the purpose of this hearing is not backwards looking to what's been going on. This is provided as an example. That has no relevance for the board's determination here.
All right. Mr. Weatherby, I'll just ask Ms. Hollenberg, in the event you have an answer that's not backward looking, and you'd like to offer it, that's fine. Otherwise, I do understand Ms. Sona's objection.
I really have no answer to that question.
All right. Do you have other questions, Mr. Weatherby?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, and I guess it's about that same subject, but how much of what the fee increase in this proposal before the EIB board today, how much of what Project Velocity is going to be doing is included in your plan of use? I mean, you make the argument that you need these positions. How much of that goes into this project?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. Repetition. Mr. Trujillo went through this line of this topic with Ms. Hollenberg earlier.
Ms. Hollenberg, do you have anything to add to what you said about how the fees would contribute to Project Velocity if adopted?
Pretty minimally. At this point, it's more of and not even at this point, the whole project is really an IT project. And so we've been asked to put in, all the metadata, which basically accounts for the 200 hours. At this point, we've basically said our staff can only provide this much time in a week or in a month. And so it's really limited as to what our staff is doing.
Madam Hearing Officer, this will be the last question. Given that answer, are you anticipating that this would enable you to do more with that project?
I don't anticipate that we would do more than we've already committed to.
Okay.
We have enough.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Weatherby. Let me move to Ms. O'Grady. Do you have questions of the department panel?
Conservation groups do not have questions of the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any reason not to turn to board questioning at this point? Ms. Sona?
I have a few brief redirects if the board would find it helpful.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Madam Hearing Officer, this is going to go nowhere near the 15 minutes or 10 minutes we even do. I'm just to keep it fast, I'm going to go through my notes, so I might skip around to witnesses, if that's okay with you.
Perfectly fine.
Okay. Director Miano, first one's for you. You discussed earlier in your cross-examination and made a statement kind of saying we can't account for what was done in prior years. Can you provide a little more context about what you meant when you were saying that?
Can you remind me of what context that was in? Was that with respect to our audits?
This was in respect to the budget and how the budget asks were made in the past. And you mentioned that you couldn't account for what those budget asks were in the past. And so I'm asking if you can clarify what account for means in that context.
That's right. Thank you for reminding me. A lot has happened. we, as a threshold matter for our air funds, can account for every single dollar coming in the air funds and out of the air funds. What that was in reference to is the timeline that we have in the record of some past years and past audits, a lot of personnel changes. You know, I think that we were looking at up on the screen back to fiscal year 15. There's a lot that this department has done under different administrations, under different budget proposals, under different state budgeting process and that sort of thing. Everything that we have in our funds is accounted for, as far as, you know, where the money is coming in and where the money is coming out. Even in our last few, and you might note this from the discussion, our last few years, we've had a new chief financial officer come on board and we have a new, in the environmental protection division, a new program financial manager who is so amazing. And so we do have new staff coming in. But as far as for the department, we can certainly account for those dollars.
And along those lines, Director Miano, you mentioned in the specific context of new motor vehicle fees in the fund, how the special revenue funds have sub-accounts and markers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And these sub-accounts and markers, that accounting methodology applies for more than just the new motor vehicle funds, correct?
Correct.
Is there anything else that you want to describe in that broader context about how sub-accounts and markers work as background?
Just that there are lots of dollars coming in and coming out, and that we're able to track all of them, no matter what the amounts are. And we make sure that even if there is a sub-account, that our financial staff and that we know as a program where those monies are coming in and coming out.
Thank you. Bureau Chief Hollenberg, you spoke a bit about vacancy rates in your testimony and shared with us some of the current vacancy rates for the department in comparison to past years. Can you refresh us on what those great new vacancy rates are?
So I can't speak for the department. I can only speak for the Bureau. And right now we are under 8%, which is, we haven't been there for as long as I've been with the Bureau, I think. We're often 20 to 30%. Depending on the situation, it was really bad after COVID. But right now we're under 8%.
Thank you. In one of your answers to questions regarding Title V emission fees, you were asked whether the fees were directly tied to the workload of the department. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that context, the way Title V emission fees work is that they are charged and assessed based on emissions, correct?
That's correct.
But as we heard from Mr. Polgar, and as you described, the fee dollar amount, the $85 that proposed, that was directly calculated and determined with evaluation of the program's workload, correct?
So the idea is that the amount is what is necessary to cover the overall Title V program costs. So I'm not sure I'm getting at what you're asking.
So I think you answered exactly. It's not about workload, it's about more than that, but it's also not about just emissions, correct?
The fee is all about emissions. It's whatever the emissions are for a facility, the allowable emissions are, that is what is used to calculate the fee. Those fees go to pay for the overall Title V program.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, my lack of prep may have confused you. When you were talking a bit about the way the projections were developed, you made a statement regarding how all projection is speculative. Can you explain what you meant by that?
So what I really meant was that it's forward looking, right? We use the information that we currently have. We use our best judgment to make assumptions to put into a model so that we can look forward. It's not about making guesses.
Thank you. Mr. Polgar, just one question for you. A lot of the conversation we were having about the numbers that you presented involved looking at a calculation that was about a fund balance, correct? And some of the terminology used in that discussion was to use the term deficit. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you were nodding yes to my first question. I moved
Yes.
on. The answer was
Yes, fund balances were definitely a part of that. Yes.
okay. Can you explain the difference in the concept of budgeting deficit and the difference of drawing down fund balances, just to make sure we all end up on the same page?
Sure. So when I said deficit, I was, or agreed to deficit or whatever happened there, I was actually referring to, it's a better term to say revenue gap. It's not a deficit in a budget where, for instance, the fund balance goes below zero. It was a representation of the fact that the costs, when the costs exceed the revenues, there's a revenue gap there. And I think I might have called it a deficit, but a revenue gap's a better word, in which case then the fund balance in each fund is used to basically make up or pay for that revenue gap, and therefore the fund balances go down. Neither fund balance is actually in a deficit. I think I was really clear on this, that would never be allowed to happen.
Thank you. Back to Bureau Chief Hollenberg. Your testimony was yesterday. You shared a lot of information. And so I wanted to ask, given all of the conversation that we've been having about what you've presented, as we turn to board questions, what are the key takeaways from your testimony?
So the key takeaways are that we have a very complex, broad, and deep program. We have lots of responsibilities. We have asks from industry. We have asks from the general public. We have our statutory duty to protect the air in New Mexico. And all of that is because we have industry that makes a profit based on extracting our resources, sometimes processing it, selling, and that type of thing. Businesses aim for profit. And so what we're hearing today is that industry wants lower fees. Okay, that's understandable. At the same time, our job is to make sure that we have all of the resources to pay for the program that actually protects New Mexico's air. Right now, some costs are being paid by individuals going to the hospital, having asthma attacks, not being able to go to work. We need to move the cost of protecting our air from those individuals, or the cost of pollution, I should say, from those individuals to the entities that actually put the pollution in our air. And that's what we're here to do, is to make sure that the industries that are making a profit by polluting pay the fair share, their fair share, and fund our program so that we can do our jobs fully.
Thank you. Bureau Chief Anderson, same question to you. What are the key takeaways that you would like the board to leave with after hearing your testimony?
Thank you for the question. I'll take a little bit different path because I think Bureau Chief Hollenberg did a very good job of explaining the current, the full state of air quality as far as the responsibilities and why the program exists the way they do to fulfill the mandates. And my testimony took a little bit different track, and it was to try to give you a picture of where the feed gap exists here now. Sorry to use your revenue gap, but the lack of funding and I guess I will try to use not stark terms, but saying we have significant gaps in our ability to fulfill our mandates that are specified through the EPA's compliance monitoring strategy, and I tried to explain that in my testimony. And if we continue down the path we are going, the term that I used in questioning this afternoon was a point of institutional insolvency, and we will get to that point because there will come a point where we will never be able to catch up. And so I'm trying to give you a little bit more of an operational perspective of what could happen if we don't post our game. And then the only way we can do that largely, there are some institutional processes that we can improve, but that's minuscule compared to the ever increasing gap that we have. So from my perspective, that's why the fee increase becomes necessary. I discussed the requirements that section 110A2 E1I says, it's those assurances of proper resources. That's not a guessing game. That's just purely what we as a delegated program are required to be able to do. And we have to, in trying to communicate that to the board, this is the process that we have to go through to make those assurances that we have the proper resources to continue to act as a delegated program. So I'll leave it with that.
Thank you. Section Chief Polgar, again, same question to you. What are the key takeaways that you would like the board to leave with following your testimony?
So I think the Bureau Chief Hollenberg and Bureau Chief Anderson really spoke eloquently and will allow me to just continue to talk about what I've talked about, which is numbers. I hope this weekend that I don't have them swimming around my head because I have been steeped in these for months. I am as confident in this analysis as almost anything that I've done in my professional career. I stand behind this beyond 100%. Bureau Chief Anderson alluded to the business as usual scenario. We do have a revenue gap right now, and that's on top of not being able to do what we need to do. And so we have a fee proposal before you today that sufficiently funds the air quality program and allows us to protect New Mexico's air, properly administer our program, including with benefits for the regulated community. So I fully stand behind this. And again, I just thank you also for your time.
Thank you. And last but not least, Director Miano, same question to you.
My hope is that the takeaway from my testimony and participation is that the rulemaking process for the reasonable cost of running the program is so separate from the state budgeting process and that entire state budgeting cycle that we're always in at some point or another. And the increase of the amount of fees that go into those special revenue funds are the mechanism by which we can increase our ask to the executive and to the Legislative Finance Council about what we need to fund our program, and have those oversight entities and those partners look into our accounts and say, yes, we agree, Environment Department has enough. We see their program objectives. We see what they want to accomplish. We agree with appropriating the amount of money from those funds to the Environment Department for the purposes that we need to, at the levels we need to protect human health and the environment for the air quality program. I was particularly struck by the public comment the last couple of days, and these are the comments that I receive and my colleagues receive all the time. And I will come and go as a GovX employee probably, but this team to my left will carry this mission on, and they are the right people with the right partners and the right staff to deliver what we need for New Mexico. And I've noted a lot of folks on the calls for the public comment really telling us where we need to go, and we as a department want to make sure that we're delivering for everyone. And that does include the regulated community too. We work with them every single day, and we hear every single day, when are you going to switch to electronic payment system, which I think we just did in the past like 12 months. And we talk about project velocity and investing time in digitizing our files. And at the same time, we're using a, 30-year-old database system. So trying to move to a document, like even just going through the document digitization has been something that other businesses have done like 10, 20 years ago. So we have the right folks here, and this really is a lasting way for us to help everybody that we serve. And that does include the regulated entities who might not share that we have been working with them over these past several months. I know that Cindy Hollenberg presented at the NMOGA Joint Committee last October. Brian and I met with NMOGA in addition to presenting at the Joint Advisory Committee for NMOGA. And we have always had an open door about what could be a reasonable way that we can work together. But what does not work is for us not to make sure that we're coming to the board with the amount of money that we need to run our program. And so if that's the decision we have to make the decision that's best for, our program and our team, to make sure that we can bring on and keep more people and keep doing the work that we do. So just wanted to say thank you so much for hearing us, and we hope that you will grant our petition. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I am now pleased to turn these witnesses over for board questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sona. Shall we start with Member Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you, panel, for all your work, and the information you've provided the board is very helpful. So I think most of my questions can probably be answered by Ms. Hollenberg. So one of the things you said in your testimony is that you said it a couple of times, that the quality of applications has gone down, That's curious. Why is that happening, do you think?
I can't say for sure, but what I have heard from our permitting managers is that there are some new consultants that have not been trained well. You know, one of the things that we're looking at doing is providing some training if we have resources available to do that. We have, I think, some entities that are submitting applications before they've really finalized what they want to do. And so they come back and they revise, and they come back and they revise, and they come back and they revise. I mean, we have had some applications where we've had 3 or 4 very major revisions. And that makes us start all over.
Thank you. You sort of segue into my next question, which is you also have included in the rule, because you have problems with people changing their application proposal in the middle of the review process, and that's a huge problem, I understand. And so you're going to implement a seldom used provision in the rule that you can assess more fees when this keeps happening. It appears a little bit nebulous to me. When can the regulated community know when they're going to be assessed more fees? It seems like a moving target for them when that threshold is crossed. How will they know they're going to get more fees because they've changed something?
So we actually have, we actually have talked through this with permitting managers. And one of the things they currently do is they talk to whoever submitted the permit application, and they find out, okay, how much change are we really looking at? And then at this point, you know, we already have the authority to do it. It's in the rules, sort of. So what we're trying to do is clarify that language. But our whole goal here is, if we have to start all over, we're going to assess additional fees. This is not for a minor change. You know, I made a small mistake here or something like that. So, you know, really, you'd have to know our permitting staff to understand how much they pretty much bend over backwards for permittees. And it is not in their nature to be mean to permittees. It's simply not there. They try to issue the permits that are asked for, obviously with conditions that they need, but they're in constant communication with the permittee. And so there would be ample notification that if you do this, there will likely be an additional fee. And we can, you know, kind of look at how much that is. But, you know, that then would be up to the permittee.
Okay, thank you. And also, last time when you all came to the board for a fee increase, you talked about the needs for a new database system, which everyone agrees is necessary. And as I recall, there wasn't a lot of information at that time about what you were going to do. I don't even think you had contacted vendors exactly at that time. It appears now that you have even started the procurement process of developing a new database system, which is great. And you mentioned in your testimony various cost projections, 120,000 for this module, 125 for that module, 750 for another module, etc. But I don't think you gave an overview of the entire cost of a new system. Do you have that figure, or?
So I don't have anything beyond what's in the testimony, and I'm not sure exactly where that is in my testimony. I need to go searching for it. One of the things is that we're looking at doing it starting with permitting and compliance and enforcement modules. And it's just the way that this particular company that we intend to use is set up. They have a module for permitting, then they have a module for compliance and enforcement. They have a module for emissions inventory, which we hope to add, next fiscal year. But right now we're really focused on the permitting and the compliance and enforcement. So whatever I did put in my testimony is all of the information that I have at this point.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, I recall, I think last time as well, that industry has expressed concern that it's unfair that they should pay higher fees for things that they won't benefit from. In other words, there's a lot of new developments in the program, new hires, new monitoring equipment, et cetera, that particular regulated community entities won't. Why should they pay higher fees for things that have nothing to do with them? What would you say to them?
So I would say it absolutely has everything to do with them, because these requests wouldn't be coming if it weren't for the industries that pollute our air. And so all of the program that we have is set up to make sure that our air can be as clean as possible. We all breathe our air. It is something that, while it's not a direct service to them and they may not like it, it is still part of what has to happen because of the industry polluting our air.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, Team AQB. It's good to see you, and Team CNE. Just a few questions. There's been some reference to potentially misusing the Title V funds. Has EPA ever expressed any concerns to you about the use of Title V fees by the department? Whoever can answer that question.
I can answer, Madam Chair. Yes, we have received concern from EPA on our use of the Title V funds based on that legislative sweep that we discussed, and that there is, and that they sought to help us with a remedy for that. And so I know that there was concern on that program. I know that in 2019, I believe there was a review of the program that did not find concerns that I can recall. I know that there is an EPA Inspector General report that identified misuse of funds in New Mexico, and we worked with our financial team and looked back, and it seems like there was a reference to the financial sweep that we've been talking about, and there is a reference to the Title V fund in that report being used for, if I recall correctly, maybe a cannabis and hemp or waste use that was not approved by the Title V fund review of the Inspector General. Oddly, there's no report referenced as to what that was, so we couldn't really dig down and figure out what exactly happened. We went through all of the travel funds to figure out what it was. The reference we recall in the Inspector General report is that it wasn't even part of the official review process. The best that we could come up with is that, if you recall the org chart that I presented about what the organization looks like now as an entire agency, was back in the previous times extremely different. For example, the Environmental Protection Division, my division, had cannabis and hemp within it. It had Environmental Health Division and Environmental Health Bureau in it. It had septic. I think we even had the Occupational Safety and Hazardous, or Occupation, OSHA, OSHA. Sorry, my brain's failing, but we even had OSHA, the Occupational Safety, I'm not even gonna, OSHA, in our bureau. And so the best we could figure out is that there was some confusion by the Inspector General report that what was being paid to, for example, the division director's office, somehow the Inspector General was getting confused about what the Environmental Protection Division Director did in that position's entirety back in whenever they were reviewing that, whatever they were reviewing that informed that statement, or whoever they talked to that made that statement, because we were tearing our hair out trying to find what that could be. And we talked to Secretary Kinney. He's like, I never received this report. So I don't know where that came from. We have been trying to figure it out, but we have been unsuccessful thus far. But I can tell you that since even 2019 and 2022, we in the department have a new chief financial officer. We have new program managers who are great, new bureau financial staff, and we are continuously making improvements as far as making sure that we're tracking our division's use of funds and that sort of thing, and following everything we're supposed to be following. So we do that annually and keep making improvements over time. So whatever that was that we can't identify, I'm sure has been remedied. And because we have separated out the divisions in the way that I described in my oral testimony, and that's in the record, I think that will provide a lot of clarity too.
Great, thank you.
Oh, can I add one more thing?
Yes, please.
I will also add that our group here is in constant contact with the EPA, and they've never, in recent times that we've been going through this process, when we visited with them about updating them about our rulemaking, they didn't give any indication that there were any concerns or anything of the kind that we saw in that Inspector General report back in 2022. So they have not brought anything to our attention that would be a concern from their perspective.
Great, thank you. It is a little concerning that I was division director in 2022, at least for 6 months. So I don't know. Next, let's see. So you'll now be charging fees for NOIs. And I saw I think it's Exhibit 19, there's about 550 NOI holders right now. This may come as a surprise to them that they're going to have to start paying fees. What kind of outreach are you planning around this to inform permit holders, NOI holders, that fees are going up and fees may be new for them?
So I would say that we have talked with NMOGA, the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, about this. We have also had meetings with the Independent Petroleum Association of New Mexico, and they have already informed their members. Beyond that, we are restrained on what we do with outreach, but we can certainly send out notices at the very least to all of the NOI holders and give them a heads up. Hey, just so you know, this is going to be coming up next year for you.
So if I can add a little bit, and respectfully, it's actually closer to 3,400 NOI facilities. Yeah,
It's in NMED Exhibit 76. The revenue calculator has that number in it, and it's one of the numbers that we estimated based on the counts towards the end of calendar year 2025. The other thing I can share to follow up on what Bureau Chief Hollenberg said is that it's 90 to 95% oil and gas operations within the NOI universe. We have reflected to NMOGA on multiple occasions that the NOI annual fee was a part of this proposal. I think beyond that, this is something that planning would do, and we would coordinate with permitting. So the NOI annual fee would not be, if it were to be adopted and become effective June 1st, we would have half of a year to outreach. We could work with permitting, get addresses, mail, we can do meetings. So I do think while there are some resource limitations, I think I agree with the premise of your question, which is that it would be really important to do that kind of outreach. But I think that at least NMOGA was aware even before the NOI was filed.
No, that's helpful. I somehow had this vision of it's mom and pop, but it's not necessarily mom and pop. Yes.
Yeah, I don't think so. We don't have that kind of data really handy. There are some small operators even in oil and gas. So I do think there are some smaller businesses that we would maybe do some more outreach for, but I think it's safe to say that the bulk of them are utilized by the bigger companies. Yeah.
I don't know who this would go to. Maybe you, Mr. Polgar, but you talked about the uncertainty in the revenue projections. Kind of related to that, there's a provision in Part 71 for periodic review. Excuse me, Part 71 for Part 75 for periodic review. Why not include that in Part 71 as well?
So it's a little bit after 5. So originally we did not have that in our original plans. We were actually going to remove even that provision from 75. And it was touched upon in testimony that a lot of that information is publicly available. We do provide a lot of that to other entities. And we had not provided the board with any analysis for years. And not that this is the board's responsibility, but no one had ever asked. And so originally we envisioned that as a reduction in tasks and costs for potentially both of us, the Bureau and the board. And we showed up to petition, and you may remember that the Hazardous Waste Bureau presented their version of this, I guess. And so we left that day and had some discussions. We also then heard some feedback from industry about oversight. They were a little more general, but we took it to be, about that. So we put it back in Part 75. The reason that we didn't include it in Part 71 really is because there's already increased oversight. Part 71 is about the Title V. And so because we do have the separate EPA audits, there was already that oversight. That said, we wouldn't, there would be no problem if the board would like that. And I think in practice, if we came with a construction fund analysis, we would also come with a Title V fund analysis. Again, we have this great analysis that we performed and that we can build upon this, change it up, add in actual FY26 numbers in a few months. So I think this analysis will really help to simplify this process for us moving forward. And I see no reason that we wouldn't just present both Title V and construction to the board.
Yeah, I think at least I care and want to make sure that bureaus are funded appropriately, and coming back to the board would help assure that and make that data more available to the public. Yeah. So about 8% of your program is funded by federal grants, and most of that goes to monitoring. My understanding in previous years is, the number of monitors was somewhat limited because EPA designated where those monitors go and what you're going to monitor for. With additional funds, will you go above and beyond what is required by EPA monitoring guidelines?
That is absolutely what we plan to do. We've already had conversations with our monitoring team and said, you know, it's kind of ridiculous that we only have these 2 monitors in the Permian Basin when we have thousands upon thousands of facilities. We're getting more and more community requests for information about their specific community, which is part of why we're using money from one of the organizations to fund a mobile lab. We're going to be staffing that mobile lab and taking it where there are concerns. But we have already talked to them to start planning. Okay, it takes a long time. EPA, we have siting restrictions. We have, you know, there's a lot that goes into where we can place a monitor within our network. But even if EPA doesn't approve for a particular monitor that we feel is important because of surrounding sources or community concerns, we intend to go ahead and put those monitors in anyway and simply not include them in our monitoring network that is approved by EPA.
So those will be 100% funded by the state, those additional monitors.
That is true.
Those are all my questions. I just want to express my gratitude for your responsiveness to the board's concerns back in 2024. I feel like you've answered all the questions we had about projections of costs, projections of revenues. Where did you come up with this number? How about that number? So clearly you put a lot of work into this, and I'm grateful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair, we need to vacate pretty soon, but if you have just a couple of questions, we can end with you. Or tomorrow morning.
I think I can read that.
Okay.
And I thank you, panel, for being here. And I want to echo Chair Ely's comments about the homework and everything, as I, especially the projections that were presented. I know the board had asked of that previously, and some of the comments, as well as looking at the material, it looks based upon the written record as well as some of the verbal testimony, some of the concerns like the annual review language was put back in, or put in, I should say, in the latest version of the rule. So appreciate that. I just want to like a couple of questions. And so I think to Member Garcia's question and Member Ely's question, or comments about the technology and how funds will be used. I think I was flipping through, and I think it was in Mr. Anderson and Ms. Hollenberg's testimony about the use of monitors. And I just want to solidify in my head, is that going to be paid out of Title V funds? Like if there's additional technology or monitors that will be utilized for, you know, more up to date, and, you know, ability to capture data and information from these sites.
So if we are looking at monitors, we will have to do an analysis depending on where we decide to site those monitors and look at the sources that are within some radius of that that may be contributing to the monitor. So the monitored levels. And so what we would do then is look at, okay, what percentage of all of these emissions are coming from a Title V facility, and look and then use that type of a percentage to determine how much would be paid from Title V funds.
Thank you for that clarity. And I just have one more question, sorry. So I know we have talked about the projections and the basis and the assumptions, and there was different terms used, estimates, projections. I forget what the third term was I had in my head. Would you say that the assumptions for the projections that you have developed in support of this rule and the fee and the calculation or the proposed amounts of for the fees are reasonable.
I definitely would. The estimations, estimations, adjustments, and assumptions. And so I think those are the three words that I used. I do think they're reasonable, absolutely. That's just some word choice that went into the oral summary. I think you will see them described as reasonable in my written testimony. That word is actually used. So they are absolutely, I think, reasonable assumptions. Where possible, as I stated, they're also based on historical data. So the NOI counts, the facility counts, and we touched on a little bit of this earlier, but the further out you go, the more the uncertainty increases and the more risky it becomes to try and project in the future. Again, we know most of those numbers are not going to be steady. My written goes into the fact that, the NOI annual fee in particular is likely to lead to some, I would assume, some business decision changes and maybe some permitting decision changes. Some NOIs might come in for construction permits now. I mean, there's going to be some changes that happen. So I do think they're reasonable, and I think we will be closely monitoring the actual costs and revenues and counts moving forward.
And so thank you for that. And I think based upon now the language about annual and periodic reviews, though the how those projections look into the future will continually be assessed.
Absolutely. As soon as a few months from now, when this fiscal year ends, we will start to update these projections. We could work with the board. I mean, whatever would make the board happy as far as that goes, we'd be happy to provide. But we will definitely meet at the minimum what's in the rule that requires us to come forward with the actual cost, actual revenues. If the board were interested in seeing the projections and how they would look in the future years, we could do that.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry to the board members on the platform. I'll have to turn to you tomorrow morning for your questions. We need to vacate the room expeditiously. Thank you all very much.